An extremely scary Kentucky Sunrise Live Wednesday.
Next summer in Atlanta, the greatest spectacle in sports. The Olympic Games return to America on NBC.
After a season of success, it's suddenly a season on the brink. The Cleveland Indians, winners of more than 100 games this year, are hearing talk of the unthinkable, of being swept out of the World Series. In Game 1, the Indians called on their bulldog, Orel Hershiser, who had never lost a postseason game. He has now. By the 6th inning of Game 2, 40-year-old Dennis Martinez had nothing left. Albert Bell has always let his bat do the talking. Now it's been silenced too. And with doubt creeping in for the first time all year, the Cleveland Indians now come home to their Renaissance City. So tonight, the Indians return to their house of thrills. Can the town lift the team? Can 43,000 voices help Albert Bell be Albert Bell again? Or coax another round of heroics from Jim Thome? Will the Indians hold a lead long enough and late enough to hand the ball to Jose Mesa? Can they sidestep the fate that met the Indians of '54? Game 3, next. The Cleveland Indians' renaissance as a ball club has roughly coincided with the comeback of their city. And now, trying to get back into this World Series, they return to their glittering new jewel of a ballpark, Jacobs Field, for Game 3. A crisp, cool evening greets them. 49 degrees as game time approaches. Most significantly, a 25-mile-an-hour wind blowing out toward right field. Balls were zooming out of here in that direction during batting practice. Hi, everybody. I'm Bob Costas. Welcome to Game 3. We'll be joined shortly by Joe Morgan and Bob Uecker. Now, the 2-0 lead held by the Atlanta Braves is certainly commanding, but not necessarily decisive. 10 times in baseball history, a team has come back from a 2-0 deficit to win the World Series. But no team has ever recovered from a 3-0 disadvantage to win a league championship series or a World Series. It is imperative for the Cleveland Indians that they win tonight. Trying to do it, they'll send Charles Nagy to the mound against John Smoltz of the Braves, and we'll talk more about the pitching pairing in a little bit. But now for the pregame show, let's go down to the field and Hannah Storm. Hannah.
Well, Bob, the last time the Cleveland Indians won a World Series game, the term rock and roll had not even been invented yet. But rock and roll is the perfect phrase for what this place, Jacobs Field, is going to be like tonight during the game. However, Indians manager Mike Hargrove apparently feeling that crowd support is not enough for his team to turn this series around. So he called a very rare team meeting before tonight's game. I had a chance to speak with center fielder Kenny Lofton about what was said.
It was kind of real simple and basically just keep our heads in the game. You know, he thinks maybe some guys are pressing a little bit, but, you know, just go out there and do your job and, you know, do more, you know, do what you've been doing all year. And I think guys want to do too much, you know, want to hit a 2-run homer and, you know, you want to go at the plate. And it was real short and just basically letting us know that there's no pressure on us to go out there and do our job.
Kenny Lofton has been driving Atlanta's pitchers crazy. He already has 4 stolen bases in this series and has scored 3 of the Indians' 5 runs. The guy he'll look to bother tonight is John Smoltz, who earlier spoke with our Jim Gray.
Well, the Indians are only batting .125 against Braves pitching. John, you're a very aggressive pitcher. Will being aggressive tonight play into the Indians' hands?
It will if I'm not working the count. If I'm behind in a count and I'm not throwing my slider for strikes, yes, they'll be a little bit more successful.
Why have you been so successful in the postseason? 5-1 lifetime, 1-0 in the World Series.
Well, I enjoy these opportunities. It's obviously a great test. You don't get this in the regular season too many times. I'm not afraid to fail, and I think my aggressiveness pays off at this time of the year.
John, good luck tonight.
All right, thanks.
Almost a hometown crowd for Smoltz tonight. He's got 24 people driving up from Warren, Michigan. Back to you, Hannah.
No doubt they will be drowned out by the 43,000 Indian fans that are here. John Smoltz, a Michigan native, loves the cold weather, and he'll get it tonight. It is easily in the 30s down here on the field. Chuck Nagy starts for the Indians, getting his first start in 11 days as Nagy starts the first World Series game in Cleveland in 41 years. We'll be right back to Jacobs Field.
There's this college team I practice with to stay in shape. Each one is out to prove that they can hit the Rhine Express. I'm out to prove they can't. After a day of fastballs, it's Advil for me. Nothing has shown me that it works better or lasts longer than Advil.
For sore muscles, more doctors recommend Advil than any other pain reliever.
I love that sound.
Advil, advanced medicine for pain.
Welcome back to Jacobs Field. The story of this World Series thus far has been pitching, but rarely have you seen a pressure pitch like the one that you're about to see. 74-year-old Sam Danzy, an Ohio native, has won a contest. He now has the chance to throw one strike for $1 million. We now send you to the PA announcer here at Jacobs Field, Mark Tromba.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here's the $1 million pitch.
Congratulated by his pitching coach, Raleigh Fingers. Doesn't get the $1 million, but takes home $50,000. Hopefully, Smoltz and Nagy can handle the pressure a bit better tonight, as coming up, we introduce you to the players in Game 3 of the World Series. Back to Jacobs Field after these words from your local station.
Congress has big plans for these two rivers, a colossal project some say is so outdated and expensive they call it Jurassic Pork, the fleecing of America, only on NBC Nightly News tomorrow.
The war on drugs. It's your turn to talk about it after the game.
Back in Cleveland, time now for the player introductions for the first World Series game ever played at Jacobs Field.
Ladies and gentlemen, the National League champion Atlanta Braves. Head trainer Dave Pursley. Assistant trainer Jeff Porter. Assistant equipment manager Casey Stevenson. Now for the coaches, number 22, Jimmy Williams. Number 28, Clarence Jones. Number 37, Jim Beecham. Number 39, Pat Corrales. Number 59, Frank Foltz. And in the bullpen, number 42, Ned Yost, and number 54, Leo Mazzoni. And now the players. Number 4, Jeff Blauser. Number 7, Dwight Smith. Number 11, Charlie O'Brien. Number 12, Eduardo Perez. Number 16, Mike Mordecai. Number 24, Mike Devereaux. Number 26, Alejandro Pena. Number 30, Ed Giovanola. Number 31, Greg Maddox. Number 33, Steve Avery. Number 38, Greg McMichael. Number 43, Mark Wohlers. Number 47, Tom Glavin. Number 50, Kent Merker. Number 51, Pedro Borbon. 32, Brad Klontz. And now the starting lineup for the Atlanta Braves. Manager Bobby Cox. Leading off, the center fielder, number 9, Marquise Grissom.
Come on.
Batting second, the left fielder, number 17, Luis Polonia.
Great game, Luis. Come on, kid.
Hitting third, the third baseman, number 10, Chipper Jones. Batting fourth, the first baseman, number 27, Fred McGriff. Hitting fifth, the right fielder, number 23, David Justice.
Let's go, D. Pick them up. They'll be on.
Batting sixth, the designated hitter, number 18, Ryan Klesko. Hitting seventh, the catcher, number 8, Javier Lopez. Batting eighth, the second baseman, number 20, Mark Lemke.
Let's go, kid. Drive in somebody.
Hitting ninth, the shortstop, number 2, Rafael Belliard. Pitching tonight for the Braves, number 29, John Smoltz. Let's meet your 1995 American League champion, Cleveland Indians. Trainer Jimmy Warfield. Assistant trainer Paul Spacuzza. Strength and conditioning coach Fernando Montes. Equipment manager Jeff Sipos. Clubhouse manager Stan Hunter. Clubhouse manager Cy Bynack. Coaches, number 1, Davey Nelson. Number 26, Buddy Bell. Number 29, Jeff Newman. Number 42, Charlie Manuel. And in the bullpen, number 8, Louis Isaac. Number 28, Mark Riley. And number 44, Dan Williams. Now the players. Number 10, Alvaro Espinoza. Number 12, Jesse Levis. Number 17, Tony Pena. Number 20, Ruben Amaro. Number 31, Dave Winfield. Number 32, Dennis Martinez. Number 35, Wayne Kirby. Number 36, Herbert Perry. Number 37, Chad Ojay. Number Number 54, Mark Clark. Number 55, Oral Hershiser. Number 56, Alan Embry. Number 62, Jim Poole.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
And now the starting lineup for your American League champion Cleveland Indians. Manager Mike Hargrove. Leading off, the center fielder, number 7, Kenny Lofton. Batting second, the shortstop, number 13, Omar Vizquel. Hitting third, the second baseman, number 9, Carlos Baerga. Batting fourth, the left fielder, number 8, Albert Bell. Hitting fifth, the designated hitter, number 33, Eddie Murray. Batting sixth, the third baseman, number 25, Jim Thome. Hitting seventh, the right fielder, number 24, Manny Ramirez. Batting eighth, the first baseman, number 11, Paul Sorrento. Hitting ninth, the catcher, number 15, Sandy Alomar. And pitching tonight for the Tribe, number 41, Charles Nagy. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and remove your cap for the presentation of colors by the U.S. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard. And now, please welcome Warner Brothers recording artist from the Pretenders, Cleveland's own Chrissy Hind, for the singing of tonight's national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars
commanding 3-0 lead. The Cleveland Indians hoping to rock the house tonight. We join Bob Costas, Bob Uecker, and Joe Morgan for the call after these words from your local station.
Must-see TV, NBC.
Sunday, Mad About You is back, and Jamie can't wait to share her big secret with her mother-in-law.
You think that she's going to give you a big hug, big kiss?
Then on Hope and Gloria, Lewis's new boss is Bobby from Taxi, but this carpet king is a rug rat.
Go out with me. Now I got to take you outside and kick the shag out of you.
All new laughs, NBC Sunday.
Home teams have won 32 of the last 44 World Series games. The Cleveland Indians have just destroyed people here in this ballpark, regular season and postseason, 4 out of 5. And maybe they're hoping a change in costumes from the road uniforms to the home will set them on the right track tonight as they try to get back into this series in Game 3. Hi again, everybody. Bob Costas, Joe Morgan, Bob Uecker. One's a Hall of Famer. The other is simply Mr. Baseball. Let's talk pitching. Charles Nagy won 16 this year in the regular season. He was terrific, dueling on even terms in Game 3 of the League Championship Series against Randy Johnson. He has now had 10 days between starts.
Yeah, that might affect him, Bob. 16-6 during the regular season. But the one thing about Nagy with this Indian ball club, they scored almost 7 runs per start for him this year. The Braves tonight will see fastballs, sinkers. They'll see a slur, kind of a curveball slider, and he's got a very good splitter and loves to pitch breaking stuff when he's behind.
Now on to John Smoltz, who will start tonight for the Atlanta Braves. He's 5-1 lifetime in postseason. In the World Series, his ERA is under 2. This is a guy who has been a good pitcher in the regular season, an exceptional pitcher in the postseason. Why?
Well, I think he's been better in the postseason because he is aggressive. He goes after the hitters. He's a power pitcher, which means he has more margin for error. The first 2 pitchers, Maddox and Glavine, they had to have their control. They had to change speeds. This guy will come after you with a fastball, which is a very good fastball, but he has an excellent slider. The slider will be the key to his success, not how well his control is. He doesn't throw for the corners.
Watch these 2 guys tonight, because in all likelihood, if this thing goes 7, Nagy and Smoltz will be on the mound for Game 7 on Sunday night in Atlanta. You know, the Atlanta Braves were down 0-2 in 1991, the first of the 2 World Series they played in. In this decade, they lost the first 2 games at the Metrodome. They came home and won 3 in a row to take the lead in the series, and although they lost it, both the 6th and 7th games in Minnesota were very close and up for grabs. They are well aware that this thing is far from over. And now here come the Cleveland Indians. Tonight's Budweiser Atlanta Braves starting lineup. Marquise Grissom at the top. Luis Polonia will play left field. A .375 career hitter against Charles Nagy. Chipper Jones at third base. McGriff, the game 1 homer off Hershiser, the cleanup man and first baseman. David Justice in right. Ryan Klesko from the outfield to DH. Javi Lopez, the hero, at least one of them, of Game 2. Will catch again. Mark Lemke drops from 2nd to 8th in the order. And with the DH, the pitcher not hitting, Rafael Belliard, a very weak hitter, but an excellent defensive shortstop, will bat 9th. In his career, when Charles Nagy has pitched on exactly 4 days rest, which would be the normal rotation, he's 23-28, and his ERA is over 4. When he has had more than 4 days rest, he's 31-14. His ERA 3.5. Now, I don't know if this fits in, because this is so much more that there's probably no history that corresponds to it. 10 days rest.
Well, you know, in talking with Nagy prior to his start tonight, if there was a more relaxed player in this ballpark, I don't know who it is. And here's a guy, as I said at the top of the telecast, Bob, he's going to indicate to you early in the game if he's right, because he loves to throw breaking stuff when he's behind. As I said, he's got a very good splitter, and normally this guy's control is pretty good. He's not overpowering by any means.
Here's the defense behind him. Tommy, Vizquel, Baerga, and now Sorrento. For the first time other than pinch hitting in this series, with the DH back in place, Murray handles those duties. Alomar will catch. Albert Bell, who has looked about as uncomfortable in left field as Milli Vanilli at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He's already made 4 postseason errors out there. He has simply been terrible. 4 outfield errors is already the record for postseason. Lofton in center is a Gold Glover. Ramirez in right has a strong arm, but often no idea what he's doing out there. And we saw both aspects of his game in Atlanta. Grissom to the plate. He hit a career-low 258, bothered by a heel injury much of the year, but came on down the stretch to hit 300 in September, and now 383 in the postseason. He's hit safely in all 10 postseason games for Atlanta. A called strike. All around this park, as the first pitch was delivered, flash bulbs popping. Alomar the sign and Nagy the pitch. Ball 1, says the plate ump Bruce Fremming from the National League. John Hirschbeck of the Americans at first. Frank Pulley, National League, at second. Joe Brinkman, American League, at third. Grissom slaps one to center. Lofton's right there.
Just watching the first 3 pitches, it seems to me that Nagy's going to stay away, and his main concern will be to stay down, and he did that very well against Grissom there.
To complete the umpires on the left field line, Harry Wendelstedt of the National League, Jim McKean of the American League in right. Polonia. Down and in a ball. Is in close at third.
Bob, and looking at the Indians outfield against Polonia, Lofton and Bell shading to hit that way. There's a major gap in right center between Lofton and Ramirez. I mean, they're trying to pitch him that way, make him go that way, the other way, towards left. And he'll do that.
Two-one pitch. With a chest high, and Polonia's gone. Now Chipper Jones, 265 for the year with 23 homers. 390, as you see, though, in the postseason. That slurve for strike 1.
It's not a major curveball from Nagy. It's a half slider, half curveball, and as you called it, Bob, that's exactly what he calls it, a slurve.
Left center field, Lofton and Bell in pursuit. One bounce against the wall. Chipper Jones, who doubled in the first in Atlanta in game 2, does the same here.
That's interesting there with Nagy. He comes back with a fastball, and it looks like he may want to throw the fastball when he's ahead in the count and the breaking ball when he's behind. This fastball is pretty much in the middle of the plate, and Chipper Jones just rifles it up the gap in the left center field. You cannot get the ball up on Chipper or he'll hurt you.
And again, we see Jones' willingness and ability to take the ball the opposite way.
All the left-handed hitters in this lineup will do that.
McGriff is only hit at 7 at-bats in the series. Was his home run off Hershiser in game 1. Wind blowing out toward right. It'll be a factor. Gave him the splitter there. And watch it again.
This is the splitter that we talked about with Nagy. Watch where this ball drops out of the strike zone. Way down low on McGriff. And he's got a good one.
Jones is second, 2 down. And McGriff lines one toward the right field corner. Ramirez won't get it. Jones is going to score. The Braves are on the board. McGriff will stop at first. With 2 down, a double by Jones and an RBI single from McGriff. And the Braves, leading the series 2-0, lead this game 1-0.
Well, 2 fastballs from Nagy, and both of them have been hit for base hits. He tried to come inside, and again, this ball is up a little bit, and McGriff hits it down the right field line. You see they had him shaded toward right center field. But if Nagy's going to throw the fastball to these hitters, he has to stay down. He stayed down with with Grissom and Polonia.
Now Justice taking strike 1. 2 for 3 in game 2, plus an RBI, an encouraging sign for him. Here's a .273 career hitter who has hit just .228 in 42 postseason games in this decade. Outside.
And as Joe suggested, if Nagy is going to have problems tonight, it's going to be with pitches that were hit by Jones and McGriff. Upstairs fastballs. He doesn't throw that hard. He can't throw hard enough to get it by. He's got to be down with a sinker low and away.
Center field. Left center, actually. Vizquel goes back. Bell comes in. Watch for the collision. They avoid it, and Vizquel definitely would have been the loser if those two had met with any sort of force.
Well, normally the outfielder has the right of way, but you can see Vizquel was stationed under that ball.
By the miracle of tape, here are all the flash bulbs popping around the ballpark as Nagy delivered the first pitch to Grissom in this ball game. Keepsakes for many of the 43,000 plus here. And now tonight's Budweiser Cleveland Indians starting lineup. Lofton, Vizquel, Baer, Gabel, Murray back in the DH spot. Thome hits 6th. Ramirez in right 7th. Sorrento 8th, and Alomar 9th. When your 9th hitter bats .300 with 10 home runs, it's a formidable lineup. In fact, Joe, a lot of people have said this is the best lineup since your Big Red Machine of the 70s. What do you think?
Well, I don't like to compare eras because the game is so different now. But I will say one thing: the Big Red Machine that I played on had a little more speed than this ball club does.
Now Smoltz. 2 no decisions so far in the postseason. A bad start, his worst postseason outing ever in the division series against Colorado. A good performance, but a no decision against Cincinnati. In the World Series, this is his 5th start. He's 1-0 overall. He won Game 5 in '92 against the Blue Jays. But in those other no decisions, he's pitched extremely well, including dueling Jack Morris in Game 7 in 1991 at the Metrodome. He got into the 8th. Morris went all the way. And as you know, the Braves lost 1-0 in the 10th. But this is a young man who is unafraid of the pressure of postseason.
Well, the one thing about Smoltz is if he keeps the slider down, and he'll give you that indication early whether he has it tonight or not. And if he keeps it down, he can pitch just as good a ball game as Maddox did.
The Indians have only 8 hits through the first 2 games. Lofton has 2 of them. Hit .310 for the year, and the postseason average also over 300. Jones in at 3rd, and a ball outside and high.
You know, in being in both clubhouses tonight, the Braves were the much more relaxed. There seemed to be a lot of tension in the Indians clubhouse. I mean, I know they're down 2-0. And on the other side, Joe, as they were in Atlanta, Braves a lot more relaxed, easy going.
Bobby Cox, who says he still can't bring himself to watch the tapes of those World Series defeats against the Twins and the Blue Jays. He says, I have them all. They're all on the shelf. They're all cataloged. I've never queued them up yet.
Jimmy Williams there telling Chipper Jones to drop back at third now with 2 strikes on Lofton.
Punch toward the middle, a base hit. And this 1995 World Series game is brought to you by Chevrolet, the cars and trucks 36 million people depend on every day. Genuine Chevrolet. Cotton Incorporated, cotton, the fabric of our lives, and Budweiser, official sponsor of the 1996 U.S. Olympic team. This Bud's for you. He's stolen 4 bases already in the World Series. He swiped 9 without being caught in the postseason. Vizquel shows bunt, takes a strike. Jeff Newman, the coach, at third. Jones in on the grass at third defensively. Vizquel, a very good bunter.
The thing that impresses me about Lofton is that he likes center stage. He wants to be the guy that everything is focused on. He likes the pressure of this World Series, and he wants to perform.
Not going inside, and Lofton is well aware of the propensity of Javi Lopez to throw down to first base.
You know, in that game in Atlanta, game 2 in the series, Lopez made a couple of throws to second, but they were one-hoppers. But when he had to come up with a good one, he did on Ramirez to pick him off.
You said the other night, Joe, you're more impressed by Lofton, the base runner, than the base stealer, although he has led the league 4 straight years.
Well, my opinion of a base stealer is a guy that can steal a base when everybody in the ballpark knows he's going, and he picks a right pitch to go on. I don't think he's progressed to that point yet.
Not going, and a drive toward the right field corner. Big trouble if it's fair, which it is. Lofton loses his helmet as he speeds around third. Vizquel wants a triple as Lofton scores, and Omar is in there. Hitting just 116 in the postseason. Vizquel comes through with a triple, and just like that, the game's tied.
Well, he's got a little power to ride. If you make a mistake on him, he'll go that way. And he did.
But I think Lofton caused that by getting all fastballs for Vizquel.
High to Baerga. I was just about to say, sometimes the Loftons, the Hendersons, the Wills, the Brocks, they don't have to steal to have an impact.
That's why a stolen base guy is so important to a ball club. He causes a lot of things to happen. And he got all fastballs for Vizquel, and he set on one and drove it down the right field line.
Hit toward first. McGriff's going to take it, but Vizquel is going to score, and it's 2-1. Baerga with an RBI ground out. I don't know if you folks at home are experiencing the din which is apparent to us as Bell steps in and takes high, but this is approaching the Kingdome level in terms of noise.
Yeah, it was a different story in Atlanta, despite the fact that the Braves won 2 there. The crowd noise was rather subdued in difference to here and Seattle for sure. You know, in looking at Smoltz here in the opening inning, Joe, I mean, if this is his best fastball that we're seeing tonight, he may be in some trouble with guys like Vizquel pulling him the way he did, and Baerga hitting that sharp ground ball to McGriff.
Well, his out pitch again is that slider, so.
The 2-0 to Bell. Jones to his left. Throws on the run and gets him.
But you see, he can throw your fastball 2-0 because he has good movement on it. Well, as a fastball on a 2-0 count, he's not afraid to throw it, but see, he had good movement on it, so he hits a ground ball to third base. And if you can throw Bell a 2-0 fastball and he doesn't do anything with it, your confidence gains as well.
So Bell still can't break out of it. Eddie Murray had a Game 2 homer off Glavine, his third of this postseason. Many of the fans here remember it. The players don't, but they're mindful of it. The great Cleveland Indians team of 1954 went on the road, lost the first 2 of the series at the Polo Grounds to the Giants, came home to be swept. Here's Lemke. That'll do it in the bottom of the first. But the Indians strike back with 2 and lead it 2-1.
What have we got, Frank? 2 fires in 2 days.
Go inside his mind.
Both containing burnt corpses.
Witness the evil.
People setting other people on fire.
Why did he do it? Come face to face with an arsonist.
What are we looking for exactly?
And you'll never forget what you see.
Ghosts.
City of Flames, the chilling conclusion. Homicide, NBC Friday.
Before the top of the second begins, let's check with Jim Gray. Jim.
All right, thank you very much, Bob. I'm now joined by Jeff Blauser, who started at shortstop most of the year for the Braves. He unfortunately had to scratch just before Game 1 because of a bruised right thigh that he suffered in the National League Championship Series. Jeff, after you started all those games at shortstop, how disappointing and how tough is it for you to have to watch now?
It is tough. Ever since I was a little kid, just like the rest of these guys out here, you always want to play in the World Series. That's what you play the whole regular season to do, is to get to this point. And when you have to sit and watch, it's pretty tough, but I'm proud of what my teammates have been able to accomplish so far.
Now, you normally would be batting here in this half inning. Bobby Cox said that it was a very, very unselfish decision by you. Could you have played?
Well, I could have played, but there's no doubt that I was injured and I wasn't 100%. But my teammates out now. But, you know, you always want to go out there and play. If you're not 100%, you don't want to handicap the ball club, and I felt I might have been doing that at the time.
Jeff, we appreciate you joining us. I know it's tough for you. Look forward to seeing you next year. Bobby's been a big contributor to their success.
And a huge contributor to the success of the Cleveland Indians is the certain Gold Glover for the 3rd straight year, Omar Vizquel. I don't mean to trivialize it, but that's almost routine for him.
It really is, Bob. You're right. And you know, the other thing, they're on a little different surface here in Cleveland. This is a little bit slower infield than they saw in Atlanta. Otherwise, that ball may have gotten through, but a great play, solid play by Vizquel. You know what? After he made the play, after he makes the stab, did you see how he took his time getting off the throw in knowing the speed of Plesko?
So now Lopez. And the 0-1 pitch from Nagy. A fly ball. Routine in right field for Ramirez. And there's the second out. The Cleveland Indians of 1954 were 111-43, truly one of the great teams in baseball history. This Indian team had the best winning percentage of any team in baseball since. Hit hard, Baerga to his right, juggles it, has time to right himself. Trying to avoid the fate that met their esteemed predecessors, the Indians lead Game 3 2-1. At the moment, John Smoltz on the short end of a 2-1 score, but as we've told you, he's been outstanding in the postseason throughout his career. We asked him why.
I really would much rather pitch on the road than at home right now, just based on my past experience, pitching in the Metrodome, pitching in the Toronto Stadium, and it's 2 hours from my hometown, so there'll be a ton of people watching and a ton of people there, and I just use the visiting crowd to my advantage, and I look at it as they still got to come out and beat me, and it's just the best time of the year for me. It doesn't always guarantee, that formula doesn't guarantee success, but I don't look at it as one of going out there and worrying about failure. I just worry about how good I'm going to be and how they're going to have to beat me.
Go. As Jim Gray mentioned on the pregame show, 24 tickets handed out by John Smoltz to friends from Warren, Michigan and the surrounding area. Bobby Cox told us in his office, hey, he bought 5 of mine and paid for them cash.
Yeah, he said normally you don't get paid for them. He said he came up with the cash.
Thome steps in and takes strike 1.
That was a little better fastball than Smoltz had in the first inning. That was a good fastball. Had a little more pop on it and a lot more movement.
A ball and a strike. Smoltz says that not only doesn't he mind the cold weather, he actually prefers to pitch in cold weather.
He breaks a lot of bats, and I think he feels like he has an advantage because the hitters are afraid of him getting in their kitchen.
Down low, 2-1. As you might suspect, with Smoltz being from Warren, Michigan, he was originally the property of the Tigers. In 1987, one of those classic potential for a veteran deals, Bobby Cox, then the general manager of the Braves, sent Doyle Alexander to the Tigers, where he helped Sparky Anderson's team win the division. He was great down the stretch. They got a kid named Smoltz then, and in the long run, a great deal for the Braves.
You know, Joe, you don't mind a guy getting in your kitchen too much. I mean, if you're ready for it. But when they start getting in the living room, the family room, basement, and attic, you know you're in for a tough night.
Thome leading off in the bottom of the second, and ahead on the count, 3-1. Fastball, a good pitch to take a rip at, and Thome couldn't catch up with it.
You know, in looking at the Braves outfield, the way they're playing Thome, they feel that he can't catch up with the fastball by Smoltz. They're playing him to hit the other way towards left and left center. There's a major gap again in right center for him, but this guy has power and big time to right.
We saw him send one into the second deck here against the Mariners during the LCS. Called strike 3.
And that's the Smoltz slider that we talked about. You can't pick up the spin on it. It just dives at you. It's very tight. The spin on it's very tight. You can't see it. And let's see, you may not even be able to see the spin very well on this slow motion replay. There you see the hole in it. That's all you have to go by if you are the hitter. That you see that little hole, and it lets you know it's a slider. Otherwise, you can't pick it up. You see, he just froze Thome.
I think he was looking fastball there, Joe. 3-2 pitch and gets the breaker.
Well, he had started him with a fastball.
Ball 1 to Ramirez. Trying to shake off the embarrassment of the pickoff in the 8th inning in Game 2. His team was back to within a run. He was a huge base runner, and a Lopez pickoff to McGriff got him at first as he'd wandered too far off. The 2-0 pitch. Ramirez is a tremendous natural talent, but described even by his most ardent supporters as a see-ball, hit-ball guy.
Well, he saw this one, but he couldn't catch up with it. I think Smoltz is starting to turn it up a notch. His fastball is getting there a little quicker.
Didn't get the outside corner. 3-1.
As the temperature seems to drop, he's starting to turn it up a click or two.
Temperatures in the high 40s, but the wind at better than 20 miles an hour makes it seem much colder than that. Full count. Ramirez could be a 30 home run and 300 plus guy for a long time. He's not the kind of guy you'd ask to conduct a clinic on fielding, on base running, or for that matter, hitting.
I think one of the things about him, Bob, is the fact that in games that are close, 1- or 2-run games in the late innings, they hook him. They hook him for defense, and I think when you look at a guy like Ramirez, until he gets to that point where he's a complete player, I don't think other teams and people are going to look at him as a major part of this ball club. Despite the fact he's good offensively, he has a lot of defensive lapses. There's his replacement at right. That's Wayne Kirby more often than not. Comes in late in the game.
Another 3-2 pitch is high, and Ramirez with a 1-out walk. The fella you saw removing his cap and rubbing his head is Leo Mazzoni, the pitching coach.
Well, Leo knows that he doesn't have complete command of that slider yet, even though he threw a good one to Tomei to strike him out. His slider is still his key pitch. He has the fastball that he can throw even when he's behind an account, but the slider will make him a devastating pitcher if he can get it over.
Sorrento stands in. Fastball for a strike. Sorrento 0 for 2 in this World Series, as he was against the Braves as a member of the Twins in '91. Ramirez will be a little more careful at first base this time. Here's what happened to him on Sunday night.
Well, they decided they wanted to pick him off because he was getting too big a lead. This is just a perfect throw by Javier Lopez. Watch, he just gets rid of it right away. And they got him.
You know, that whole play, though, Joe, started with that high inside fastball. I mean, it was a perfect pitch to back Tomei away, not send him down into the path of Lopez, just back him away, and a perfect throw by Lopez. Beautiful play.
Smoltz now ahead of Sorrento 0-2. Ramirez at first with 1 down. Misses.
One of the few changeups you will see from John Smoltz. He is basically a fastball slider ball pitcher, but he will throw an occasional changeup, and that's what he tried to throw there to Sorrento. 0-2.
Lopez is not calling his own game, Joe.
Well, I think what we saw there was signals for pitch outs. What Bobby Cox does is he calls the pitch outs for his young catcher, and he looks over and he gives him the signs of whether he wants him to pitch out on that particular pitch.
And the 1-2 is a called strike 3. Second strikeout of the game and the inning for Smoltz, and that'll bring up Alomar.
And again, that shows you that his fastball is starting to hop a little bit. He came right back from the changeup with a fastball right down the middle, and Sorrento could not pull the trigger.
That's really a pitch that Sorrento sits on, too. He's a guy with power, and I'm surprised, Joe. Maybe a breaking ball might get him, but fastballs, he normally sits on that pitch and really tries to drive it. I mean, pull it hard to right.
Alomar now hit an even 300 for the year. 0 for 3 in game 1 against Maddox. Then Pena caught Martinez in game 2. Sandy back in tonight. Down the right field line and in the seats.
Bob, I really felt like if John Smoltz could weather the storm the first couple of innings of this ball game, that he would get on track. And when I say weather the storm, I mean the storm of all the crowd noise, the Indians being all hyped up and really coming after him. So I felt like the first 2 innings were the key innings for him. So if he can get through this inning, I think you'll see a different John Smoltz the rest of the way.
A ball and 2 strikes now to Alomar.
You know, in looking at Javier Lopez tonight, I was going to say this the other day, talking about it the other day. He's one of the few catchers, Joe, or maybe the only catcher that I've seen who doesn't wear the extended pad more over his left shoulder to stop the foul tips. A lot of guys are starting to wear this little pad over the right shoulder because it doesn't impede your throwing anymore. It's very loosely attached to the chest protector, almost with Velcro. But it sure saves the foul tips on the throwing shoulder.
Lofton is on deck. 2-2 to Alomar. And he struck out the side with a walk mixed in. After 2 at Jacobs Field. 2-1 Cleveland.
Somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Maybe they should have traded him for Griffey.
Back at Jacobs Field, the Atlanta Braves, well, we'll talk about that in a moment. There is Acting Commissioner Bud Selig, along with NBC Sports President Dick Ebersol, whose wardrobe apparently doesn't present much of a personal expense. And you know a guy's the interim commissioner when he feels he has to wear his credential around his neck, otherwise they might boot him from his box seat.
Oh, you're getting a call already, buddy. You're getting a call already. You did it again.
Either that or it was Jerry Reinsdorf on the phone.
What did we say? What happened?
Top of the third. And the bottom of the order, Rafael Belliard. That 136 doesn't really represent a slump. He is all glove and no bat and has been his whole career. 1-1. Now, you've got an interesting theory, Joe, about what a batting average means, really. Go ahead with it.
Well, that's exactly what it is. It is an average, and a lot of people wonder why the Cleveland Indians could hit so well during the season and then struggle once the playoffs start. Well, during the season, you have 7-game spans where you will hit over 400 as a team. And then the next week, you may hit 200. That averages out to 300.
And Belliard will take a seat. Nagy's first strikeout. So your point being even the best hitters don't hit 300 against the Sandy Koufaxes or the Greg Maddoxes. They hit 400 against the chumps and try and hang in there against the best.
That's exactly right. And in fact, Willie Mays told me as a rookie, he said you fight off the good pitchers and beat up on the bad pitchers. And that's exactly what the Cleveland Indians do during the season. But now they're facing a lot of good pitchers, so they're struggling a little bit.
Grissom lined to Lofton in center his first time up to start the game. The Indians' team batting average of .291, the highest in the major league since the 1950 Red Sox. 125 before this game in the World Series.
And remember, over the course of a whole season, a 300 hitter will average out to 300. They will average out to 290. But in 5 or 6 ball games during the year, they will always struggle, and that's what they're doing here now.
Nagy gets ahead of Grissom, 1-2.
And the other thing, you're seeing the same pitchers, you know, during the course of a season, Joe, and you've seen them year after year after year. And you know basically what you're going to get from these guys is you look at Javi Lopez in the Braves dugout. A little tape job.
Grissom swung at a bad pitch out of the strike zone. And Nagy has fanned the first 2 in the third.
Here it is again. This is a split-fingered fastball from Nagy, and the bottom falls out of this baby. He's got a good one. We said it at the top of the telecast. Here it is again. The cut by Grissom on a pitch way out of the strike zone. It's a fastball until it gets out in front of you about 3 or 4 feet, and all of a sudden the bottom falls out of it.
Polonia bloops one into shallow left. Albert Bell coming on to make the catch. A very quick third, and it remains 2-1 Indians.
Sunday on the NFL on NBC, Mike Ditka tells of his endearing relationship with former quarterback Jim Harbaugh. Then Mike gives you the ultimate insight. Buddy Ryan, man or myth, Sunday at 12:30 Eastern.
You're not really going to do this. You just watch Sunday.
Mike Ditka lets loose Sunday on the NFL on NBC.
You know, when Ditka says that, it's not an invitation. It's a command. This, folks, as you all know, would be the shot from the Goodyear blimp, the Spirit of Akron. And the captain's real name is Patrick Henry. Big roar for Lofton. He'll lead off in the bottom of the third. He singled and scored on Vizquel's triple his first time up. John Smoltz on the mound for the Braves was just 6-10 last year. 12-7 this year. The 6-10 mark very atypical, generally a consistent 14-15 game winner. He's 28 years old, 10 days younger than his opposite number tonight, Charles Nagy, each born in May of '67. Lofton with a drive into right center field, and that ball will bounce at the base of the wall, and he's going to stop with a double. The wind really helped that. That ball was hit well, but not that well. It got into that jet stream and zoomed.
And remember one thing, this is a small ballpark, especially in the gaps. High fastball up and in. He really kind of shortens his arms just to get to it. Watch how he pulls his arms in just to get to it. And he drives it to right field. Justice gave chase, couldn't do anything with it, but they do hold him to a double, which is quite an accomplishment when Kenny Lofton finds the gap.
Nice play by Marquise Grissom backing up the play, though. That ball hopping off the wall and over the head of Justice, and Grissom right behind him to hold Lofton to the double.
In one pitch, though, he could turn it into a triple. Not going, Vizquel bunts. A terrific bunt if it stays fair, which it does. Runners at the corners with nobody out. That ball got on the dirt between the line and the infield grass and just hugged it.
But again, I'm going to give Lofton the credit. He makes things happen. He gets on base. He puts pressure on the defense. And Vizquel takes advantage of it.
Now the ground crew here put pressure on the defense on that one. That infield, Joe, as you've seen in a lot of parks, on the lines, slanted in a little bit toward the grass part. And balls like that, bunted that, like Vizquel did right there, they'll stay inside. They'll stay fair. You have a tendency to give up sometimes and hoping it'll go foul, and it stays fair.
Baerga, an RBI ground out his first time up. Infield looks for the double play, and strike one swinging.
I'm watching something I don't quite understand. The way that the middle infielders are playing with Baerga up. Lemke is playing almost straight away at second base, giving him the entire right side of the infield to hit against. Now watch Lemke. He will move closer to second base. Look at that. Look at the entire right side of the infield for Baerga to shoot at. And he can pull the ball.
Hargrove called what he said was just his 5th or 6th team meeting of the entire season before tonight's game. Try to settle his ball club a little bit. Low 1-1.
And when we talked to him before the game, Bob, and asked him if he had anything planned for the meeting, he said, no, not really. He said when you start writing speeches, they become kind of plastic when you walk in there to talk to the players.
Pitch, line to left, coming on Polonia, can't get it, tried to short hop it, Lofton scores. Vizquel stops at second, another RBI for Baerga, 3-1 Cleveland.
Here's that last base hit by Baerga. It's the 5th in the game for the Indians. They had 8 in the 2-game series in Atlanta, and they already have 5 here tonight. And Lee Mazzoni out to talk with right-hander John Smoltz. Kenny Lofton scores again, his 2nd tonight.
a lot of people felt, Joe, that these Cleveland Indians would prefer a pitcher who comes right at you, like Smoltz, as good as he is, prefer that to the cute guys, the finesse pitchers like Maddox and Glavine.
Well, it's always easier as a hitter to get a better perspective on a guy that just comes at you with all hard stuff. But when Glavine's slider is working, that's really a third pitch rather than just a hard fastball and a slider.
2 on, still nobody out, and here's Bell. Strike one, says Bruce Fleming.
You know, despite the fact that they're up 3-1, nobody out, and a couple of runners out, this is the guy that they've got to get going. I don't know how they're going to do it, but this is the guy that the Indians really have to have.
And no home runs since game 1 of the LCS. A ball and a strike. Kent Merker, the left-hander, sometimes their 5th starter, now out of the bullpen. Their 4th starter, Steve Avery, is Bobby Cox's choice tomorrow night against Ken Hill of the Indians. Tap foul. If there is a game 5, if the Indians can win at least one of the next 2, Hershiser and Maddox would match up again in game 5 here. If it goes to 6, Glavine and Martinez reprise their game 2 matchup, and in all likelihood it would be Smoltz and Nagy again if we needed a 7th game in Atlanta. A run home in the bottom of the 3rd. 3-1 Indians. 2 on, nobody out. And a 1-2 pitch coming to Albert Bell. Hit hard toward the middle. It's through. Vizquel is going to score. An RBI for Bell. Grissom has trouble with it in center, but Baerga, who's not very speedy, stops at second base. 4-1 Cleveland. He's hit balls much harder, but symbolically it's important for Albert Bell.
Oh, absolutely, Bob. I mean, a breaking ball up that he hit up the middle, despite the fact that they were shifted on him towards the bag at second, talking about Lemke. There you see Lemke near the bag, but he got that ball through between Belliard and Lemke, and he actually jammed himself, it looked like, Joe, on a breaking ball, a hanging breaking ball.
Dave Winfield, chief cheerleader these days, reacting. Murray rolls one foul. 4 straight hits in the Cleveland 3rd.
Well, this is actually what Mike Hargrove was talking about before the game. He said, we hit some balls hard in Atlanta against Glavine, and we didn't get any results. Well, really, they've only hit 1 ball hard this inning, but they've gotten some results. The only ball that was hit hard was Kenny Lofton's ball.
Murray grounded out his first time up. And he's behind 0-2. Murray is the only Cleveland hitter with any sort of significant history against John Smoltz from his days in the National League with the Mets and the Dodgers. 285 with 1 home run and 43 at-bats against Smoltz. Struck him out.
Again, he's gone to another pitch now. That's something you very rarely see. That's 2 changeups in a row that he threw to Murray. It's actually a splitter that goes down and away. Now watch this pitch go away. But the speed is what fools Murray, not so much the break.
Nagy touched for a run in the top of the 1st. Now sitting on a 4-1 cushion. Smoltz trying to keep it there. Here's Tomey, who struck out against him in the 2nd. And it's in there for strike 1.
Now, we talked at the top of the game, Bob, about the fact that the Indians have scored almost 7 per start for Nagy this year. Got him 4 here by the 3rd.
A ball and a strike to Thome. Ramirez will be next. In 2 1/3 in this game, the Indians have 6 hits against the 8 they amassed in the first 2 games in Atlanta.
And you see again, he's going to a different pitch. So he feels like he doesn't have good enough control with his fastball, and his slider sheet takes a little bit more off of that pitch. They're way out front. And remember, the first 2 pitchers in this series got these hitters out with a lot of changeups. And you see him take a lot off of this pitch, and they chase it. That's how he got Murray out as well.
And the 1-2. Blocked by Lopez, no advance. The Indians do not have good speed on the bases now. Baerga and Bell. Neither runs especially well.
And Baerga, with the ankle problem, has been limping noticeably tonight during batting practice, during infield.
It's the left ankle that's been bothering him. Wearing an air cast on it. You see the bulge beneath the uniform leg. Two pitch rolled foul. The season for the 1954 Indians, and that's all you hear about here, that historical reference, ended in disbelief. Losing the World Series would have been one thing. To be swept and lose games 3 and 4 over at the old ballpark before more than 80,000 fans, that was a numbing experience. This team is staring at that possibility. But they're doing something about it early here, leading 4-1 and threatening for more. Full count.
Not to say the Braves are out of this game by any means.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I mean, when you're walking around Cleveland, I mean, walking through the airport, people coming up to you, and I mean very nervous. Cleveland fans talked about the possibility of a sweep and how disastrous it would be to this city and to this ball club. Although the Indians players wouldn't admit that. I mean, they say the Braves are expected to win this thing. They've been there a couple of other times and came up empty.
Doubtful that the runners would be going. Thome strikes out a lot. They're not going, and he walks to fill the bases. And Cox may be coming to get him right now. Brad Klontz, the right-hander, joined Merker, the left-hander, in the bullpen. And John Smoltz, almost always brilliant in the postseason prior to tonight, is going to leave with his team in a 4-1 hole and the bases loaded with only 1 out in the bottom of the 3rd. Serenaded, if that's the word, by Ray Charles. Hit the road, Jack.
Set for a Thursday like you've never seen.
All chaotic and twirly.
Right after Brands, a one-time only Thursday bonus. Meow. Tuesday's big hit News Radio. Plus Frazier's back on Thursday just this once.
I believe, Niles. Do you believe? I believe.
Frazier on a special night.
Thursday.
On a World Series night in Cleveland, they've lit up the old ballpark, Municipal Stadium. You can see there that they've written "Go Tribe" on the field, which is now strictly the home of the Cleveland Browns. Now the camera pulls back from the Goodyear blimp Spirit of Akron to take us back inside Jacobs Field. Bobby Cox, of course, managed for a long time in the American League with the Toronto Blue Jays. He had high praise for this ballpark, Jacobs Field. The Atlanta Braves will have one somewhat like it when they reconfigure the Centennial Olympic Stadium, and it should be ready by 1997 for the baseball team. When asked about the old place, he said, yeah, sure, I remember it. That dingy old place with no people in it.
Yep. That was a tough park to play in, and I mean, anytime you can come into a facility like this every day, Joe, I don't care what you're doing. I don't care what your job is. You come into a nice office with great working conditions. It sure puts a different scene in your mind when you're coming to work every day. It's not like driving over to the other ballpark. I mean, the Browns do it once a week during the football season, with the exception of their practices, and that's plenty. If they don't start winning over there, it might say go Browns.
Well, Sunday was a bad omen for the Indians. The Browns lost to Jacksonville while the Falcons beat Tampa Bay in the afternoon. It set the stage for the respective cities that evening.
Yep.
Well, they brought in Brad Klontz because he can get the ground ball. He is a sinker ball pitcher, and he works from the first base side of the rubber, steps across, and he gets a good crossfire on the right-handers. And his sinker ball, he was sinking down and in, and he just wants to get a ground ball here. That's what they brought him in for. That's his job right now.
The Indians a base hit away perhaps from breaking this game open. And a called strike. Klontz was the Braves closer earlier this year. One of a parade of guys Bobby Cox has tried before finally settling around mid-season on Mark Wohlers, who just about blew everybody away and gave them that missing element, the dominating and effective closer. 1-1.
And Klontz is one of those guys, Joe, excuse me, that as a right-handed batter, he's going to test you a little bit. I mean, you got to make yourself stay in there against him. Many times, you know, in the back of your mind, you're saying stay in there, but your backside is saying I'm leaving.
Well, he steps across towards third base, and he throws sidearm, as a lot of guys say. He throws out the third baseman's shirt.
Called strike 1 and 2.
And basically, he throws a sinker and a slider.
I would guess he's especially tough the first few times you see him.
Exactly, because you don't know where to pick the ball up from. You're normally used to looking for the ball coming from three-quarters, and he just drops down, throws almost sidearm.
He's almost a submariner from down underneath.
Got a tiny piece of it to hang in.
Again, in talking about Klontz and where you pick the ball up, normally, as Joe said, you know, you're looking three-quarters or up over the top from a pitcher. Look at this guy. He drops down as almost as if to throw it from around his kneecaps, and then comes up a little bit, Joe, almost to a sidearm style.
And the 1-2 pitch. Hit hard, but a double play ball. Lemke to the bag himself, and the throw to complete it. Klontz comes in to get a double play ball. That's what he does. But two more score. It's 4-1 Cleveland, and we're back after this from your local station.
It's Must-See Tuesday, and look who's back on wings. It's Lowell, and he's changed.
Come here, dumplings.
Then, News Radio's Office Romance Exposed.
This is delicious.
And Frazier battles Bulldog in the war of practical jokes. And The Pursuit of Happiness has winged Steven Weber.
NBC Tuesday.
The Braves are still within striking distance, thanks to the double play turned by Lemke. Chipper Jones faces Nagy in the fourth, and it's low for ball one. He'll be followed by McGriff and Justice in the heart of the order. Boy, that double play ball thrown by Klontz was enormous, Joe.
Well, he is a designated ground ball, you know, getter for the bullpen, and they came in, brought him at the perfect time. And a very fine play there by Lemke.
Jones doubled to left center in the first. Nagy falls behind 3-0. He hasn't walked anybody. He struck out 2 through the first 3 innings. In there. leadoff walk. And as McGriff strolls to the plate, we tell you this 1995 World Series game is brought to you by Buick and your local dealers. Remember Buick, the new symbol for quality in America, the makers of Advil and New York Life, the company you keep. McGriff's first inning RBI single continued a tremendous postseason for him. He's up around 350 in the playoffs with 3 home runs, one of them in this World Series. A high inside strike.
Saw McGriff with the long home run against Hershiser. And again, you mess around with this guy upstairs, Joe, and that's what he hit against Hershiser, a high fastball. And I mean, he can turn on you quick and really hit you deep. Big time power.
Talking about the control of Nagy. It has been more than 100 innings since he last walked leadoff man.
But I think you have to give Chipper Jones a little credit for that. He tried to get him to chase a couple of pitches that started in the strike zone and went out, and he was patient. And McGriff has done the same thing on the 2 off-speed pitches.
Hop wide of third. Thome going over in the seats. 2-2.
Pretty long inning for Nagy sitting on the bench with the Indian rally in the third. Again, I mean, normally in years past when you sat in the dugout and it was cold in there, now they got heaters in there. They got rooms down behind the dugout where you can go and sit. You can even watch the game on TV if you want.
The call, strike 3, a beauty.
We talked about him having a slurve, but this is not a slurve. This ball breaks pretty sharply. This is more of a hard curveball. Look at that. That had a big break. That's not a slurve. A slurve is a lot slower. This is a hard breaking ball, and that's what fooled McGriff. Good, hard, tight spin on that ball. Good pitch by Nagy.
McGriff had a few at-bats against Nagy early in his career when he was with Toronto, but not much, and it's been so long. Justice popped out to end the first. Fastball high and away for ball 1.
You know, the thing that has changed this game around a little bit with the Indians on top 4-1, and talking with Bobby Cox before the game tonight, he said he wanted to run and be aggressive.
Right.
And with the Indians jumping out here, leading by 3, it's taken a little bit of that away from Cox as of right now anyway.
Ball strike. Cox has managed in both leagues. Sitting at his desk, as relaxed as could be in the visitors clubhouse, he said, as Jimmy Williams, his third base coach, also a former Blue Jays manager, he said, the only place to manage is the National League. That's real managing. That's where the real game is. And he said he hopes that the American League eventually gets rid of the designated hitter rule.
Going to put a lot of people out of jobs.
Just more inclined to squeeze. Obviously, you have to handle the double switches. Pinch hitting becomes more a part of the game.
Well, you have to stay alert. If you're managing in the National League, you have to watch every pitch, know what's going to happen after every pitch.
The 1-2. And Justice hits it toward Thome, who knocks it down with his chest and may still turn the double play. They don't, though, with Justice legging it out at first. Had Thome played it cleanly, they get 2.
Hey, hit the ball hard right at Jim Thome. And again, a little slower infield here in Cleveland, but Thome knocks it down. They get the force at second, and Baerga with a good strong throw, and they almost turned it on Justice at first, who's been hampered by a bit of a sore knee.
Klesko robbed of a hit on a brilliant diving play by Vizquel to start the second. Justice now the runner at first with 2 away in the 4th. 4-1 Indians. Outside for a ball.
Again, the Indian defense against most of these Braves hitters are playing to hit the other way. And Nagy trying to stay out there, Joe. I mean, trying to make them go that way. Absolutely. I mean, the sinker off the outside corner, backdoor breaking balls every once in a while, trying to drop one down low and inside.
He whistles one to center for a hit. Justice stops at second with 2 down.
By catcher number 8,
Klesko, after a strong division series against the Rockies, had been struggling against Cincinnati and now against Cleveland pitching. He's hit the ball hard both times up tonight and taking the ball up the middle both times, not trying to pull it.
Well, when I talked to him before the ball game, he said he had been over swinging and he was going to cut down on his swing tonight.
The dangerous Lopez wraps one toward Vizquel, flips it to Baerga, and the Braves are done in the 4th. To the bottom half with Cleveland still leading 4-1.
2 years ago, Boston College crushed Notre Dame's national championship dreams. Now the Fighting Irish seek redemption. Boston College battles Notre Dame Saturday on NBC.
Well, the Indians owned the spring, the summer, and until they ran into the Braves, the fall in this baseball season, but showing signs of life here. Looks like they might get back into this World Series. Tomorrow night's lineup on NBC includes a terrific program, Mad About You, Hope and Gloria, Brotherly Love, Home Court. Now, you baseball fans, let's level. Al Michaels, Jim Palmer, Tim McCarver, they're ready to call games 4 and 5 if there is one. You can watch the ball game if you tape all of these NBC shows and don't fast forward through the commercials. Bottom of the 4th, and it's Sorrento.
How about those guys on game 1 day over in Atlanta? Bob had a chance to visit with them before the game, before they started. They're getting ready for the game, changing in the new clothes. Jimmy changing with Al, and Al changing with Tim. And none of their own stuff, just changed clothes amongst each other. It was great.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, that's well, you didn't either when you followed McCarver that day either.
I'm just a deeply confused man. 2-0 with Alomar on deck. And Clontz falls behind.
Well, Clontz can be very effective against right-handed hitters, as we've seen, but he struggles a little bit against left-handers because that motion does not bother the left-handed hitter nearly as much as it does the right-hander.
In there for a strike. Now, if this were a game played under National League rules and trailing 4-1, it might be Klontz's last inning because he would be the second hitter coming up. But he could be in for a stretch in a DH game if he pitches well. Foul back, and the count is full.
Well, neither of these bullpens has been overused in the series thus far. Matter of fact, in talking with Mike Hargrove before the game tonight, he would love to get Jose Mesa at least an inning in this game, save situation or not.
And the payoff. Checks his swing, or did he? They check it third, and very nonchalantly, Joe Brinkman says, sit down, Mr. Sorrento.
I don't think there's any doubt that he did go on this pitch. We'll see the head of the bat way out there. You see how far it went, and Brinkman made the right call. It's not even close. And you see Sorrento hoping, just hoping.
You know, in situations like that, Joe, it's almost, I mean, you're, as a hitter, you're saying, not on that one. I mean, if Brinkman gives you a good bang, quick call, you're out of there. You know, you don't have to stand up there and look and hope that you're gonna get the call. But he gave him, as Bob said, that little deliberate, slow call. See you later.
slow roller foul. Brinkman might be too frozen to pump the arm quickly. It's cold down there, especially with the wind.
There is the heater that we were talking about earlier. Each dugout is allowed one heater.
A bouncer over the mound. Lemke charges near the bag. Whirling throw and got it.
He is a fine defensive player, Lemke. He does all the job, everything well around the bag.
As a former Gold Glove second baseman yourself, should he get his first Gold Glove this year?
Well, it's very difficult to say because there's so many good second basemen in the National League. But I tell you what, you can't find a better second baseman anywhere than this guy. Look at this. I mean, he makes the play, he makes all the plays, and above all else, he's a very smart player. He makes all the smart plays in the field as well.
You don't see too many second basemen who practice a double play on a ground ball like that.
Touch the bag and then throw to first.
Make the throw.
Even though he hasn't hit well in this postseason, his glove makes him invaluable. Lofton, who has been the igniter tonight.
And as I said at the beginning, Bob, he loves this center stage, and I think that's what makes him such a good player. You have to have the proper attitude to be consistent in the World Series.
Singled and scored in the first, doubled and scored in the third. And ahead 2-0 here. Swing and a miss. Last two teams to recover from 2-0 deficits and win the World Series. 85 Royals against the Cardinals. 86 Mets against the star-crossed Red Sox. Up the middle, Lemke can't get it. 3 straight hits for Lofton. First with 2 down in the bottom of the 4th.
Now here it is again. Little sinking fastball from Clance. Lofton right back through the middle. Here it is again. This ball stayed up on Lofton despite the fact that it was a sinker. It stayed up. Clance just missing. And Lofton with his 3rd hit tonight in a situation, you know, where you might take a shot at running him here, Joe, with 2 outs. You've got the lead, and you got Vizquel up there who can handle the bat.
First 2 hitters for the Indians are 5 for 5. Here's Vizquel running on the first pitch. Bluffs the bunt to protect him. Good throw. He's out for the first time in this postseason. Lofton is erased. The bottom of the 4th is in the books. Lopez continues to sparkle.
This has to be a perfect throw from Javier Lopez because, I mean, Lofton had a good jump. Look at that, right on the back. All you have to do is catch it, and that's what Lemke does. And you get a better angle here. Pretty good jump there, except he stood straight up, and I think that slowed him down just a little bit, but the throw is perfect. Look at this. The only way you could get him is to catch it right there, and that's what Lemke does.
Boy, what a great shot. That's a great shot.
Look at this angle. Now, Lemke just catches the ball as Lofton slides into it with his hand. Look at that. Just perfect. Catches it right on his left arm.
So after 9 successful attempts in the postseason, Lofton is finally caught.
Well, we knew they'd catch him sooner or later, Bob, but I really didn't think that they would have a shot with Clance. But again, just a perfect throw. Clance didn't hold him. Lopez threw him out.
Lemke to start the 5th against Nagy. And a ball low. Belliard next. And then back to the top for Grissom. Started to mention the last 2 clubs that have recovered from an 0-2 deficit. Against the Cardinals in '85. And against the Red Sox in '86, the Royals and Mets lost the first 2 at home and still won the series. The Indians lost the first 2 on the road So their situation not nearly as dire coming back here for the next 3. And if they can win tonight, the whole feeling around this series will change.
You're talking about the Cardinals, Bob, under a new manager now, Tony La Russa.
Baerga at second. Throws the other second baseman, Lemke, out. And La Russa is going to find out what Bobby Cox was talking about. Terrific manager all those years in the American League. Comes over to the National League, as Whitey Herzog did, as Lou Piniella did for a while before returning to the American League. And it's a different kind of managing that Tony's going to have to get the hang of.
Yep.
Hilliard struck out his first time. La Russa bringing his esteemed pitching coach Dave Duncan with him.
Yeah, they've been together a long, long time. Sure have.
1-1.
Totally different style ball club too for La Russa. Bob, and all those years with the A's with power and pretty good pitching. Big turnaround in St. Louis now.
To shortstop, Vizquel. One shortstop takes care of another. 2 quick outs, and now Grissom. Vizquel was embarrassed by that play in game 1 in the 7th inning on what could have been a double play ball. He wasn't charged with an error because a lucky call allowed him to record the force when he was really juggling the ball, and you can't assume the double play. And he got that call, and there was a force out at second, so he wasn't charged with an error. But he felt bad on the stage of the World Series to make an atypical play for him. Grissom hits it the opposite way. Sorrento, a diving stop. Does he have time with Nagy covering? He did, but he threw it away. Alomar trying to stop it from going in the dugout, backing up. A heroic effort, as you'll see on the replay, but he couldn't do it. And Grissom goes to second. Folks wonder why the catcher always hustles down to back up first base. Well, every now and then, it comes into play, and here it did, but Alomar couldn't quite stop the wild throw.
Well, a good play by Sorrento to stop this ball. He knocks it down, and then a good throw. I think he gets Grissom, but he threw badly. He threw it behind Nagy. A good throw gets him. They'll probably score a hit and an error. We'll see here. But again, as you said, Bob, watch Alomar come into your picture. He makes a heck of a play on this ball. It bounces off of his either the shin guard or the chest protector and into the dugout, allowing Grissom to go to second. Got him around the shin guard area and bounced into the dugout.
So Polonia with an RBI chance now, with 2 down in the 5th. A called strike. It is scored a hit and then an error for Sorrento. Quickly 0-2. Fans exhorting Nagy to finish Polonia. Grissom taken off for third. They've got him there. I don't know what Grissom was thinking, but Nagy simply stepped off and cut him down. And it's still 4-1.
My name's Bond. James Bond.
Sergeyevna on the top.
On the top?
On the top.
Bond is back.
I enjoy a spirited ride as much as the next girl. Who's that?
The next girl.
And things are starting to heat up.
One rises to meet a challenge.
United Artists brings you
No more foreplay.
GoldenEye. rated PG-13. Starts Friday, November 17th.
Whether Grissom thinks he can get away with it or not, what's the point? There's 2 outs.
Well, as a base runner, you should always think about 2 things, the risk versus the reward. The risk here is that obviously the inning is over now, and the reward would be you get to third base with 2 outs and 2 strikes on the hitter, so there's not much of a reward there considering the risk that you're taking. The second part of this, he had everything going against him. He had a left-handed hitter up there. They can see everything. It's an easy throw for the catcher. He also has 2 down, and his team is trailing by 3 runs. So he had nothing in his favor there.
And to add to the indignity of it all, the least comfortable tag possible by Thome.
We're always talking about how base stealers and base runners can help their ball club, but they can also hurt them. And I think in that particular case, after the Indians had made an error to give you an opportunity to score a run, you have to take advantage of it.
Grissom has had a wonderful postseason. A low moment for him there. Vizquel takes the strike. He's got Jones in close at third. He was showing bunt and then maybe pull back and try and slap one past him.
Again, this guy every once in a while, if he sets his mind to it, as he did earlier in the game, I mean, he can pull. He can go down the right field, in the right center.
Well, he tripled into the corner, as you mentioned, then beat out a bunt, looking to sacrifice at least. It turned into a base hit for him.
Got a little power. He had 6 home runs for the year, Bob.
You call that power?
Well, I mean, everybody, in my case, yes.
In this ballpark?
Absolutely.
In this ballpark, you call that power?
With this guy? Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely. If I had one in batting practice, I counted it, buddy.
Baerga and Bell follow Omar here in the 5th.
He's not going to hit many the other way, I can tell you that.
Well, he's one of those guys whose power, such as it is, has picked up as he's matured. And I noticed that was true of you, Uecker. I looked in the baseball encyclopedia.
As I matured?
Yeah, you hit 1 home run at age 29 in 1964. Then the next year, you exploded for 2.
Yeah. I think I hit 14 in my career, all game winners.
Well, he doubled his output, so always good.
This will be a 2-2 pitch from Klotz. In the air to right, Justice scarcely has to move.
I told you.
Baerga's played a big role tonight. RBI ground out in the 1st. Knocked home a run with a single in the 3rd.
A lot of concern about Baerga into this game tonight, but in talking with Mike Hargrove, he told us that was the first thing he said. He said, hey, Baerga's fine. There are no problems. He's fine. He's ready to play.
Klotz's longest outing of the season, 2 1/3 in August against Florida. Approaching that now. Swing and a miss, 1-1 to Baerga. He is one of the countless relievers who pitches out of the stretch now. That came into fashion long about the time of Bruce Sutter about 15 years ago, as I remember it. A reliever simply being more comfortable and just dispensing with the windup no matter what. Or the full windup at least. Foul ball. Very telling numbers right there.
Well, in the first 2 games, neither of these clubs really bashing the ball around. Braves with 11, Indians with 8 over the first couple of games, and as we said earlier, in the 3rd, the Indians already had 5 tonight.
The 1-2 is low. Much colder downstairs than up here in the booth. That wind really whipping around, and everybody doing their best to stay warm. Eddie Murray warming his bat.
Did he have notches on that bat, or was that tape on the handle? Almost looked like notches on there.
Little tape. No, that's tape.
It is
tape.
It's about a roll and a half, isn't it?
Making sure the grip will be warm when it's his turn. And the count holds at 3-2. The Indians were 54-18 in the regular season in this ballpark. They've lost only once here in the postseason, an extra inning loss to Seattle. Chipper Jones to his left. Baerga's done to start the fifth. Or to make it 2 out in the fifth. Just about all Albert Bell did down the stretch. The 31 homers in August and September. He had one stretch in Chicago when he was closing in on 50 homers, where he had 5 homers in 8 swings. First pitch from Klontz. Hit to Belliard. Does he have time to recover? He could have gotten him had the throw been accurate. McGriff tried to scoop it up and couldn't. And Belliard's going to have his second error of this World Series.
Very unusual to see Belliard miss the ball. He may throw a ball away every once in a while, but he very rarely misses a ball. He has very good hands. I think the fact that he knew he had plenty of time with Bell running may have distracted him a little bit. Take a look at this. It's a big hop. I mean, just right there. I mean, that's unusual.
Did that ball hit the back of his glove, Joe?
Hit the back of his glove. He closed his glove too quickly. McGriff can't come up with it.
One more look at it. The next hitter is Murray. The wind is blowing out toward right. So Bobby Cox wants Murray to bat right-handed, and he may bring in Merker here rather than let Klontz pitch to him. And apparently that's what's going to happen. Here comes Merker, and we step aside. Flanked by her sons Danny and David, Mickey Mantle's widow Merlin threw out the first ball at Jacobs Field tonight. Mickey enduringly popular, and more evidence of it, a tremendous ovation for his family when they were introduced tonight. Merlin Mantle is downstairs with Jim Gray. Go ahead, Jim.
All right, thank you very much, Bob. We'd like for everybody to grab a pen, because when we're done, we're going to have some information for you. Mrs. Mantle, it was a tremendously emotional moment down there. Can you tell us a little bit about the outpouring that you've received?
You mean about throwing out the ball? Or?
Throwing out the ball, and since Mickey passed away.
Yeah, well, I can't even explain it. We've had so many cards and letters and just everything from people. You know, they loved Mick, and you know, we had about 4 people answering mail for about 2 weeks, and every card and letter that came in was read. I mean, we made sure of that, so people did love him. And
you're going to keep his spirit alive with the donor organ program, and we're going to get to that in a little bit. Mrs. Mantle, it's great to see you. We look forward to seeing you in the future. Bob?
Jim, thank you. And a bit later on, we'll give you the number of the Mickey Mantle Donor Awareness Foundation to get a donor organ card, or an organ donor card, I guess would be the more grammatical way of putting it, or information about the program. Eddie Murray to the plate against Merker.
Merker is basically a hard thrower, fastball, a hard slider, and he comes after you.
He's got a little bit of a screwball too, doesn't he, Joe?
Yes, he does, but he's basically a fastball slider. Those are his 2 out pitches. Throws pretty hard.
Foul ball off Murray's bat. Early last season, in his first start of the year against the Dodgers, Kent Mercker pitched the no-hitter. He'd be in the rotation of most other clubs. The 5th guy on the deepest starting staff in the majors with Atlanta. One and two. Murray asked for time. Now just as quickly he's back in. Bell away from first. Murray homered right-handed off Glavine in Atlanta on Sunday night. But generally speaking, he's a more dangerous hitter left-handed, and especially tonight with the wind blowing out toward right.
Still at about 20 to 25 miles an hour, Bob. I mean, cold and very windy here tonight. But this park is very reachable for guys like Murray, despite the fact that we have the wind blowing to right. I mean, he can get it out of here and left. I mean, they were hitting balls on the nose here in batting practice that carried well to the seats and left.
Here's the 2-2. He couldn't stop himself. And on the changeup, he's gone. The error doesn't hurt. We've completed 5. It's 4-1 Cleveland.
Friday, it's arresting television with unsolved mysteries. A young mother's holiday turns tragic.
I just couldn't do anything.
A whitewater chase on a real-life river wild. Plus, a young family is murdered. 20 co-workers nearby and video cameras. Yet no one saw a thing. How could it happen? Amazing unsolved mysteries, NBC Friday.
When Mr. Baseball walks into a ballpark in Cleveland and they check his credential and it says Bob Uecker, they're a little confused. They think it should read Harry Doyle, voice of the Indians. Take a look.
Vaughn into the windup in his first offering. Just a bit outside. He tried the corner and missed. Ball 4. Ball 8. Low, and Vaughn has walked the bases loaded on 12 straight pitches.
On camera.
You know, that is the footage that the members of the Academy reviewed and inexplicably withheld the Best Actor nomination.
Yeah, well, you know what? And again, it's my own fault. I could have had it. Hey, I'm busy. Give it to somebody else. I can't be at the dinner. You know what I'm saying? Hey, how about that guy earlier in the postseason? The Charlie Sheen lookalike they had here, throwing out the first ball to try and jumpstart the Indians.
Polonia was at the plate when Grissom straight off third, tried to catch the Indians sleeping and instead was thrown out himself. So Polonia back to start the 6th.
Actually, at the beginning of the ball game, I thought that the DH in this ball game was going to help Atlanta more than it was going to help the Indians, because it added speed at the top of the lineup in the person of Polonia. And other than Marquise Grissom, there's really not any speed on the Atlanta Braves. And Bobby Cox wanted to play a more aggressive ball game tonight, but he fell behind early, and I think that's taken a little bit away. But I still feel like it added a little more defense as well as speed.
Out into the seats, 2-2.
Whereas with the Indians, adding Sorrento really didn't help their defense much. Plus, it was just adding a bat to the lineup.
Didn't help their defense at all. In fact, he's made 5 postseason errors now. No sooner do I say it than it appears. That's all other first basemen combined in the postseason with 3. Polonia with a weak wave at the splitter, and he sits down.
Well, it's a good split-fingered fastball from Nagy, and when he gets ahead in the count, he seems to get the hitters to chase this pitch. They do not chase it unless they're behind in the count. So it's been only used when he gets 2 strikes on most of the hitters. He's been successful with it.
That tells you what Polonia thought about the pitch and the swing right there.
Chipper Jones, a double and a walk.
You know, again, Nagy, Joe, as we said at the top of the telecast, is not overpowering by any means, but I mean, if he's on control-wise, he can chase those kinds of pitches. I mean, to a left-hander like Jones, he's not afraid to come down low and inside or off the inside with breaking stuff and then go away again. I mean, his strong suit is staying down with the sinker.
Reaches for it, sends a soft fly into shallow center. Lofton coming on to make the catch.
Another good pitch there by Nagy. That was a changeup, and he had Jones out in front, and a good jump on the ball by Lofton. You see him smartly take a look at Uecker to make sure he's not going to run through him. And watch this pitch. He has not been able to get Jones out with any other pitch, so he throws him a changeup. See how far he's out in front? He hadn't thrown him a changeup the entire ball game, and Jones had looked good against him.
McGriff takes a ball. I wonder if Kenny Lofton does what Willie Mays purposely did. Wear a hat just a little bit too small so that it flies off with the slightest exertion. Makes you look a little more exciting.
He wears it high. I know that. The bill of the cap is high where you're going to get some air under it. I used to do that when I was running to first, so it looked like I was running faster. Just knock it off with your thumb, you know, in your stride. It wasn't a bad move.
Gives the appearance that you're really burning down the line, doesn't it? But I mean, whether on the bases with the helmet or in the field with the cap, it flies off almost every time for Lofton.
Well, he is an exciting player. He does a lot of things with a flair.
McGriff drives one to right. Ramirez turns and watches this one go out for McGriff's second home run of this World Series and his fourth of the postseason. That got out there in the blink of an eye.
And this was not a bad pitch by Nagy. It was down, and McGriff just went and got it and hit a line drive into the right field seats. This is more of a line drive. This was not a long fly ball like he hit off of Hershiser. See, that pitch is down. It's down and in fact, and he just nails it to right field, and he knows it's gone right away. No chance for Ramirez. He just kind of looks up.
And McGriff with that distinctive Toreador finish with the bat. No one completes a swing quite like Fred McGriff. So now the Braves are within 2. Their first run since the first.
And we talked earlier about Mike Hargrove and Charles Nagy tonight wanting 5 good or 6+ innings out of this guy and then get to the bullpen and use it the way he normally does. If it has to be left-hander or right-hander, but just to get those guys some work.
But he also mentioned he'd like to have a 5 or 6 run lead just to give Mesa some innings.
Vizquel at short. Justice is gone. The homer by McGriff, though, makes it a 4-2 game after 5½.
Leading candidate for Horse of the Year, Cigar, looks for his 12th straight victory by winning the Breeders' Cup Classic, one of 7 championship races, Saturday on NBC.
Here's the phone number we promised you. The Mickey Mantle Donor Awareness Foundation. For an organ donor card or information, 1-800-477-6425. That's 1-800-477-MIC for the Mickey Mantle Donor Awareness Foundation. Bottom of the 6th. Indian lead trimmed to 4-2. Tommy, Ramirez, and Sorrento against Merker.
Now, this is one guy that Tommy will not have to wait for. Merker will go right after him with the fastball, and then he will try to maybe finish him off with a slider, but he will challenge him.
Ball and strike. Hunsters in the audience. He's reached that section many times. High with a fastball, 2-1. Then we had a pair of homers, big ones too, against Seattle in the league championship series. 3-1 the count.
And the Indians with a 2-run cushion, and the Braves still very much in this thing, only in the 6th inning. I know they'd like to have a couple of more. They've scored more in this game than they have in the previous 2 games, but still, it may not be enough.
In the air to center. Grissom started in. Now he goes back. And shy of the track, he has it. This 1995 World Series game is brought to you by Toyota and their full line of quality cars and trucks. Toyota, I love what you do for me. The most prescribed medication of its kind is now for heartburn, Tagamet HB, and Gillette Sensor XL in the Gillette series. Gillette, the best a man can get. Now Ramirez, who was a very big hitter in this game. With the bases loaded and 1 out in the 3rd, 2 runs already home. Clance came out of the bullpen and got him to hit into a double play. Hit the ball sharply, but right at Lemke. And that kept it at 4-1. A base hit there would have broken the game open. Down to 3rd, Chipper Jones. Griff stays on the bag. 2 out in the 6th.
I think in the Cleveland Indians' mind, though, Bob, they're in good shape in this ball game. They are, in their mind, they say, if we can get 6 more outs and get to Mesa, you know, we're in good shape. And I think that's what they're playing for right now, trying to get 6 more outs from the Atlanta Braves.
That's the man Joe's talking about. He's the main man out of the Indians bullpen. Not Rick Vaughn.
Sorrento way in front of the changeup. 0-2. Sorrento could have been a name etched in infamy for Atlanta Brave fans. Instead, it wound up being Dan Gladden and Gene Larkin, who combined, one scoring it, the other knocking it in, for the run in the 10th that ended that 91 World Series. But Sorrento had an at-bat an inning earlier with men at 1st and 3rd and 2 out, and Alejandro Pena struck him out. Had Sorrento come through as a pinch hitter, he'd be a part of World Series history. Now just a footnote. He was a bench player then for the Twins.
If you bring it up, he's a part of World Series history, buddy.
Yeah, but I had to look in the small type.
Not too long. Not too long.
Nagy with Bud Black, former Indian, Royal, and Giant left-hander. Now a coach at Cleveland. 2-2. Clance and Merker have done a good job. 2 1/3 to this point combined. 1 hit, no walks, 2 strikeouts. Sorrento goes down swinging. It's a perfect 6th for Merker. On to the 7th, 4-2 Indians.
Dateline Friday. Think you're too smart to fall for a phone scam?
They're asking for a final donation.
Beware, if you give to charity, you could fall for this one. Dateline NBC Friday.
Big moment before the game. Promotion sponsored by Gillette, as you can plainly see. That was Raleigh Fingers coaching Sam Danzig. If Sam, who was in his 70s, could have gotten that pitch in the strike zone, he would have won $1 million. But it was just a bit low. That one isn't. On the first pitch, as we go to the 7th, Ryan Klesko with an opposite field home run, and he's come to life tonight. Robbed of a hit his first time, singled his next, and then launches a rocket into the seats in left center on the first pitch of the 7th. So solo homers by McGriff and then Klesko have made this a 1-run game.
Well, he talked to us before the ball game about going back through the middle and cutting down on his swing. He's hit 2 balls back up the middle, and now he hits 1 in the seats in left field.
I told you, the ball carries in this ballpark, despite the fact the wind is blowing to right. He hit this ball out of here in deep left center. And it's 4-3 now, and the Indians' bullpen is busy.
Klesko, who had 23 in the regular season, connects for his first postseason home run. Here's Lopez, who's homer 1 game 2. He's 0 for 2 tonight. He's hit safely in all 7 postseason games in which he's played. At .315 for the season. One the count to him. Left-hander Jim Poole is up now in the Indian bullpen. Klesko really touched one off. Called strike. 1-2. Eric Plunk, the right-hander, has joined Poole, the southpaw. The 1-2 pitch.
You know, this is the area in the game, Joe, where Hargrove talked to us about, you know, the possibility of Nagy giving him 6 good innings and then getting to the bullpen. He's given up 1 here in the 7th.
Pop up toward first baseman Sorrento. Into foul ground he goes for the catch. Now for tonight's Toyota Diamond Dust baseball fact, Eddie Murray has hit at least 1 World Series home run in the 70s, 80s, and now 90s. Who are the 2 other players who have hit World Series home runs in 3 different decades? I wonder if Babe Ruth is in one of them. Might have hit one, even though he was a pitcher, in 1918, the last time the Red Sox won it all. Lemke, the hitter, certainly hit them in the 20s and the 30s for the Yankees. Any other guesses from the choir here?
We're thinking about it. You jumped in too early and got it wrong already. Truck's on your case, buddy, right quick.
Hey, but at least I'm willing to risk looking foolish.
I'd rather wait and see the answer and look good.
No guts, no glory, pal. A run home here in the 7th. The count 0-2 to Lemke. 1 out and nobody on. Lofton in center field. The ball hit fairly well, but Kenny backs up and takes it. Now let's see if they'll send someone up to hit for Belliard, and they will. It'll be Dwight Smith, who has been their best pinch hitter. 1 at-bat in this series, and he ripped a single off Dennis Martinez in the 6th inning of Game 2.
If you're Bobby Cox and you know that they have Jose Mesa in the bullpen, you manage a little differently. You say, I have to try to, tie this ball game before we get to Mesa time. So I think he's going to pull all stops in this inning and next inning to try to make sure they catch up. He'd like nothing better than to keep Mesa out of this ball game.
And get him in here with a 1-run lead or better.
16 pinch hits during the regular season for Smith. 1-1.
Can I have my guess?
Go ahead.
I'll say Berra.
40s, 50s, and 60s for the Yankees. Good guess. Hammered to the right side, smothered by Sorrento. Underhands to Nagy, covering. Good play. Smith robbed of a pinch hit.
Sunday at 12:30 Eastern, Miami. They've lost 3 straight. Buffalo. Jim Kelly and company are atop the AFC East. Will Dan Marino return to save the day for the Dolphins, or can the Bills cement their grip on the division lead? Original action Sunday on the NFL on NBC.
Don't miss it.
Sorrento, as we mentioned, has had his troubles with the glove in the postseason, but a good play here.
It was a good play. Another backhanded diving stab by Sorrento. He did it earlier on a ball hit by Grissom in the 5th. Knocked it down and went for an infield single, and he was charged with an error when he threw it by Nagy. Here it is again. A nice backhanded play by Sorrento. Beautiful play, and this time, a nice little underhand toss to end the inning. Yep, nice play.
Merker trying to keep it a one-run game. Misses high with his first pitch to Alomar. Will be followed by Lofton and Vizquel. Plants and Merker have given the Braves a chance in this game. Hammered the short. The new shortstop is the rookie Mike Mordecai. He throws low, and McGriff bails him out.
Well, there's an old saying in this game, the ball will always find you. You go out there, here's a young player playing his first World Series. What happens? The first pitch that he's playing in the field, it finds him, and he doesn't make a good throw. He holds on to it a little too tightly. And McGriff, as you said, bails him out. Good play by McGriff. And you see, he says, hey, well, but he got away with it. Hey, that first ground ball is always the toughest.
And it's cold tonight, Joe, and maybe didn't have enough time to warm up. There you see, he's played well in 69 games without an error.
Useful guy off the bench had a big hit in the LCS against Cincinnati to give them a 9th inning lead, a game they eventually won in extra innings. A couple of years ago at Richmond, he played every position during the season except pitcher. Lofton's 3 for 3, pair of singles and a double. Caught stealing, though, back in the 4th for the first time this postseason.
Beautiful throw by Lopez. Had to be on the bag, and it was to get him.
This postseason has been something of a coming out party for Javi Lopez, who obviously is a fine player. Hit .315 with 14 homers, but he has really come through on a national stage against the Reds, and now here against the Indians.
I talked to Charlie O'Brien before the game tonight, and he said Lopez will work tonight and tomorrow, and O'Brien said that he would catch the game on Thursday.
Lofton holds off, and it's 3-1. That's kind of a switch because O'Brien has almost always caught the games Greg Maddux pitches.
I talked to him before the game. That's what he told me. He said probably on Thursday.
And there's a walk for Lofton. Aboard for the 4th consecutive time. Of course, the Braves are hoping. The whole question is moot, and Maddux is done for the year.
Absolutely.
They hope they can complete the sweep. Greg McMichael, who worked out of the bullpen in game 2. Getting ready here. A hearty sort, no sweatshirt.
Hey, you know, Joe and I were talking before the game about these cold weather days or nights where the only guys who are really comfortable in the game, the pitcher and the catcher. You can work up a little sweat as a pitcher, and a catcher jumping up and down and throwing constantly. Doesn't bother you all that much.
And Merker had Lofton going back to first base on the play. Merker has a pretty good move. And not so much a good move, but he gets rid of the ball quickly and he fakes you a lot. He will step off and throw over. Now watch Lofton. See, he kicked over that way and Lofton went back.
Vizquel, the switch hitter, now from the right side against Merker. There he goes. And the pitch is bounced to the right side. Lemke is able to get back. Throws over to first, and he is mindful of how daring Lofton is. He checked him twice. He knew he had time to get Vizquel. He didn't have to throw right away, and he looked at Lofton twice just in case Kenny had any ideas about bolting for third once Lemke released the throw to first.
Well, you mentioned how smart Lemke is, or I did, and this is a hit and run. This is not a straight steal. It was a hit and run, so he knows where the ball is. Now he looks over to see Lemke. Lemke, of course, as you mentioned, checked him through the first, but McGriff was alert too. Now watch, normally his shortstop cover, but he knew who was covered. He played it the other way, and that's why I say Lemke's very smart. He knows where the pitch is going to be, so he held his ground.
It's really aggravating as a hitter sometimes, Joe, when a hit and run is put on and you know you're going to take a shot to right field, say a right-handed batter anyway, and you got the shortstop covering, and you do your job. I mean, you hit a ball to the right side that normally would be a base hit, but the other guy's covering.
So Lofton gets into scoring position, but with 2 out, and it's up to Baerga. Ball 1 to him. He's 1 for 3, has a couple of RBIs tonight.
And I think the conversation that Lopez had with Merker was, look, there are 2 outs. Do not give too much of your attention to Lofton at second base. Let's get the hitter.
Especially with Bell due next.
Mordecai trying to sneak in behind. Now Lofton takes off, and there's no chance in the world.
Well, not only that was a bad play by Merker. Anytime your shortstop is standing at the bag, you either have to step off or throw to second base. I mean, if he throws that pitch over the plate and Baerga hits the ball, now watch. Now watch, Mordecai will go to the bag. You have to either throw it or step off. You got the whole left side open, and if he would have thrown a strike and Baerga pulled the ball, it would have been a base hit. Just not a smart play there by Merker. Step off if you don't want to throw to second.
Now Lofton dancing down the line at third as the pitch comes home to Baerga. Hit toward the hole. Mordecai from the outfield grass can't throw as he slips. And the speed of Lofton produces a run.
And as I said earlier, he loves the stage. He likes being the focus, and he is the catalyst of this ball club.
One more time. Baerga pulled an outside pitch into the hole. There's Mordecai with a backhanded play. Down he goes. Lofton scores easily, and the Indians up again by 2. There's one more time. A pitch away from Baerga, and he pulled it to the hole. There's a nice play by Mordecai. If he can set himself, he may be able to throw out the slow-footed Baerga. Didn't work that way.
It's 5-3. Bell takes a ball.
You know, if he does make that play, Joe, I think he has a chance to throw him out. Baerga running from the right side and hobbled. I think he had a chance to throw him out. Day late, the dollar is short. It's a run.
To Bell. Omar Vizquel was talking the other day about Bell's outbursts. He can be a surly guy, Albert Bell. Omar said, I've seen him break water coolers, smash telephones, and throw cookies. Now here's what I say. A telephone, a water cooler, that's one thing. When you start throwing the Oreos around, forget about it. You've gone too far. 3-0. You just start pitching cookies around a clubhouse, you have crossed the line. Obviously, he's swinging here on 3-0 if he sees something he likes.
But if you're Merker, you try to throw something close enough off the plate away just so he will swing at it.
He looked like he was taking all the way, didn't he?
Yeah, the way he was standing up there, it appeared that he was going to take a pitch, and Merker missed with a low fastball. I guess in that situation, Joe, I mean, with a guy like Bell and in the situation we have here, that wasn't a bad pitch. I mean, you know, if you want to take a whack at one, he's a guy that drives in a lot of runs for you, then take a whack and try and go for it, but he didn't.
Well, he's not swinging the bat as well. He hasn't had a lot of success, and as you know, as a hitter, if you're not swinging the bat well, you're not getting a lot of base hits. You're not overly aggressive.
Merker had done a great job until this inning, when with 1 out, he walked Lofton. As Vizquel grounded out on a hit and run, Lofton took second. Then he stole third uncontested. And an infield hit by Baerga brought him home from third. Now Bell walks, so runners at first and second with 2 out. Merker sits down next to the pitching coach Leo Mazzoni. And Greg McMichael, the right-hander, comes out of the bullpen. Sunday on NBC. Our NFL coverage begins at 12:30 Eastern with the pregame show, hosted by Greg Gumbel and featuring Joe Montana, Joe Gibbs, and the coach, Mike Ditka. And as a matter of fact, I think Jim Kelly is here tonight. Buffalo and Miami, the featured duel on NBC. Let's go down to Jim Gray.
All right, Thank you very much, Bob. Indeed, Jim Kelly is here. And at 4 o'clock Eastern time on Sunday, Jim Kelly and the Buffalo Bills will take on the Miami Dolphins. 4 of them represented: Keith Byers, O.J. McDuffie, Eric Green, and Terry Kirby, the brother of Wayne Kirby of the Indians. First of all, will Dan Marino be back and play on Sunday?
Yeah, he'll be back this weekend.
He's all right? He's feeling better?
Yeah, he'll be all right. We're just up here having fun right now, worried about the Indians. Get them to get a win tonight.
All right, Terry. Let's jump over to Jim Kelly. Thurman Thomas got hurt last night. Jim, is he all right? Will he play?
Well, we shall see. I mean, it doesn't look good. Looks like he might be out for 2 to 3 weeks, but the key is getting everybody healthy. We have Andre out, Thurman out. We have to find a way to win. We're still at the top of the AFC East, but you never know.
A quick update on Marv Levy.
Well, I talked to him earlier, and he's doing fine. It doesn't look like he'll be out as long as people think he is, but my prayers are with him. He's an excellent coach, and we need him.
All right, Jim. Well, they have one thing in common tonight, Bob. They're all for the Indians tonight. Back upstairs to you.
All right, Jim, and there you see the importance of that battle in the AFC East Sunday on NBC. Kelly can easily get back to Buffalo from Cleveland, but unless Don Shula has a late practice tomorrow or those guys chartered a plane, they might be in trouble when Shula blows the whistle tomorrow in Miami.
So Greg McMichael throws a lot of change-ups, and that pitch has bothered Eddie Murray in this entire series. That's why they brought him in.
In for a strike, and Murray doesn't think so. Bruce Fleming is as feisty as they come. Right or wrong, if you give him too much lip, your evening will end abruptly.
His statement is, I saw it right. No matter what it is, on the bases, ball or a strike, I saw it right.
Strike at the letters that Eddie thought was high. It's Homie on deck. 1-1. In the top of the 8th, Grissom, Polonia, and Chipper Jones for Bobby Cox, top of the order. Eddie pops it back, no play.
Good pitch by Mike Michael. He knows Eddie's sitting on a changeup there. Threw him another fastball in. Now he's got him set up for the changeup because he's seen the fastball in and he has to protect against that, so he'll be able to throw him a changeup now. If he can get it away, probably will be able to get Eddie out.
Lopez having a little problem with the sign there. They've got a runner at second. That's Baerga out there, and Lopez going to a different set of signs here.
Here comes the 1-2 pitch.
Change up
in the dirt, but he wasn't able to check his swing. Lopez tags him to make it official. But a huge run comes home in the 7th for the Indians to pad their lead. Diamond Dust answer. Who are the 2 other players besides Eddie Murray who have hit World Series home runs in 3 different decades? Well, Bob Uecker got one of them. You knew Yogi Berra, and Joe DiMaggio in the 30s, 40s, and 50s for the Yankees is the other.
I only guessed once, so no. Did you have an idea or not?
If I'd thought about it long enough, it's one of those answers you could figure out, because you got to go to the Yankees first.
Okay.
Figure a dynasty team.
Don't get upset.
But I didn't get it.
No. I don't want you to don't get mad. I just asked you a question. I'm sorry.
Working on a short fuse here. And Nagy is working into the 8th. Does that surprise you?
Well, I think it surprised me, except they got one more run there. I think he would have been out of the ball game if they wouldn't have gotten the run in the bottom.
Grissom swings on the first pitch. Ramirez sprinting back in right, and this ball hits the top of the wall. Grissom on his way to second and in with a leadoff double.
I think they left him in one pitch too long. I think he'll take him out now.
You know, you've got the left-hander and the right-hander up in the bullpen, and the left-hander was ready. And as we said earlier, I mean, you've gotten 7 good innings out of this guy. You get him an extra run to bring it back to a 2-run cushion, and he's still in here in the 8th. And Grissom with a leadoff double.
Fastball right out over the heart of the plate, and the wind helped it, pushing it out toward right. It very nearly cleared the wall, as you see, just a foot or two from the top.
Now I'm really surprised that he's leaving him in, except I guess he figures if he brings in the left-hander Ossenmacher, they will pinch hit for Polonia and bring up Mike Devereaux.
But in the league championship series, he left Ossenmacher in that game, and he did a great job against right-handed hitters in a situation that was on the line. I mean, the game was on the line.
I think if you're the Indians, you have to take him out too soon rather than too late.
Well, he's fallen behind Polonia 2-0. The next hitter, Chipper Jones, is a switch hitter. Then 2 lefties, McGriff and Justice. Tavares, the right-hander. Ossenmacher, the lefty. It looked like Hargrove might have said, "Do you think you can get this guy?" And Nagy said, you could plainly see him say, "I do."
Well,
so unless he proposed marriage, Nagy believes he can get Polonia.
Yep.
The 2-0. 3-0 with Jones on deck.
You know what Mike Hargrove was thinking right there on that last call by Fremming? He thought the pitch was a strike. It was close, but it was up.
Grissom goes diving back, but no throw from Nagy. Game 3, Atlanta up 2-0, but in the 8th here, it's 5-3 Cleveland. Called strike, 3-1. Is 0 for 3. And Sorrento can't get it. It's by the diving first baseman. Grissom is waved home. RBI single for Polonia.
And we're back to what I said earlier in the ballgame: risk versus reward. Just getting Polonia out, what would have been the purpose? I still don't understand why it was so important for Nagy to pitch. To Polonia. I don't understand why that was so important.
I don't know why he's in here in the 8th.
That's what I'm getting at. Why was it important for Nagy to have to get out Polonia?
No way. I mean, the way Hargrove has used his bullpen, and he's had the luxury of right-hander, left-hander, right-hander, lefter all year long. And then with Mesa to come in and work the 9th in those situations where you've had the lead. But it hasn't happened here tonight. I mean, 7 innings out of Nagy would have been enough for me.
Well, not only that, Chipper Jones is a switch hitter, so you couldn't have been waiting for anything special.
He's going to the left-hander, the former Brave, Paul Ossenmacher. Nagy's done. We'll step aside.
Every dream begins with a single step. The determination to go beyond your best. The will to climb heights you've never known. For generations, people have come to America to chase their dreams. Soon they will come again, and the whole world will be watching. The Olympics, America's Games on NBC.
Back at Jacobs Field, Bob Costas, Bob Uecker, Joe Morgan. It's a 1-run game again, and Polonia's at first with nobody out, and the heart of the order coming up. Chipper Jones, McGriff, and Justice. Ossenmacher comes in. When we went to Atlanta for the first 2 games, he was very happy not to have to stay in the hotel. Still lives in Atlanta. Said, hey, I got to sleep in my own bed. He's been very effective in this postseason. In fact, all the lefties out of Mike Hargrove's bullpen have done a great job. Left-handed hitters against Ossenmacher, Poole, and Embry combined are 0 for 14, and half of them have struck out.
Well, remember the league championship series, Bob, when he faced Seattle and Edgar Martinez and Jay Buhner in a key situation and strikes them out back-to-back. And again, that's why I don't understand why Hargrove didn't go to the bullpen. I mean, you've got 7 innings out of Nagy, and take him out, go to your bullpen. You got fresh arms out there and fresh legs and guys who had been throwing. And he waits till the 8th. The run is in here, still nobody out, and the tying run at first.
Chipper Jones turns around and bats from the right side.
If there would have been a left-handed hitter following Polonia, then I could understand, or a right-handed hitter who he was going to bring in a right-hander for. I could understand him leaving in, but there wasn't really much to accomplish by getting Nagy, letting Nagy pitch to Polonia. Because with Chipper Jones being a switch hitter, it doesn't matter who you bring in, he's going to be able to get moved to the other side of the plate.
Ossenmacher again to first, and Polonia again back. Jones has doubled, walked, and flied to center.
The Braves have always been able to come back late in ball games, especially when against the starters.
In there for a strike.
Ossenmacher with a good fastball and features a nasty curve. Joe, I know you've seen this guy work before, and he's got an excellent curveball that he's not ashamed at all to throw in tight on right-handed batters. It's a very sharp downward breaking ball.
Ossenmacher has begun growing a beard during this postseason. He began it clean-shaven except for the mustache.
He does not have a good pickoff move, and we'll see if the Braves are willing to give Polonia the green light.
Jones fouls it back.
Remember, if you're a base runner and the left-handed pitcher takes his right foot past the rubber, he has to go to the plate. So that's a real telltale sign for you.
Jones steps out and takes a long look at Jimmy Williams in the third base coaching box, but he's behind on the count now, 0-2. Down and in.
Now watch his right leg. Now when that foot goes behind the rubber, he has to go to the plate. And you can get a good jump by reading that. And see, to come to first base, he just picks it straight up. So he's very easy to read from that perspective. He kicks his right leg behind the rubber. It's very easy. You run. When he picks it straight up, he's going to either come over there, he's coming to first base.
Here's the 1-2, the runner not going, and the count levels. Nagy went 7 innings plus, 8 hits, 4 runs, struck out 4, walked 1. The book isn't closed on him because Polonia is his responsibility at first. There goes the runner with the pitch down and in, and Polonia steals second. The ball squirts away, but he's able to hold there after thinking about bolting for third.
And again, it was very easy to get a good jump off of Ossenmacher because of his right foot. He just kicks it behind the rubber, or he picks it up to come to first. It's like a red light, green light. Green light when he goes behind, as he does there. Red light if he picks it straight up. Really no chance for Alomar. You see, he was trying to rush it. Ball gets away, but no chance for Polonia. Watch, right there, go. Right there, he does so. And he got a good jump. and he steals second base easily.
Alomar double clutched on that ball, too, Joe. He didn't have a good grip when he tried to get off the throw the first time.
And now Jones, after being behind in the count 0-2, draws a walk. The tying run at second, the go-ahead run at first, with nobody out in the 8th. A run already home here. Grissom doubled. Polonia singled him home. Now Polonia at second and Jones at first, and here's McGriff. Homered his last time. Ball 1. Although the percentages favor Assenmacher in the lefty-lefty matchup, Fred McGriff is on the short list of the most dangerous late-inning hitters in all of baseball over the past several years. In there, strike 1. Track to haul it in. The runners tag, and they're both going to move up. A close play at second. And Chipper Jones is barely in there in time.
Very smart play by Polonia. I'm not so sure Chippers was as smart, but he makes it.
Well, now that he has made it, a single can give them the lead.
Hargrove now in a discussion with Frank Pulley. He was there. I thought he beat the throw, but a heck of a throw by Lofton.
Nice play by Lofton.
Heck of a throw. This is a heck of a catch and a heck of a throw. Polonia is going to make the break and go to third easily, but watch this throw by Lofton. And they almost nailed Jones at second. A one-hopper to Baerga covering, and they almost got him. This is a very close play, but he's in there.
You're right.
He got there.
Look how strong and accurate that throw was from the track, and without any hesitation. He has to get his bearings after making the catch.
A lot of people talk about Lofton's speed, but he has one of the better throwing arms in the American League. As you look at the tag one more time, Jones in there, and the tag late by Baerga. Close play at second.
A good slide by Jones away from the tag on the infield rather than outfield side of second base.
Well, he had to play in front of him, Bob. He saw the throw coming from Lofton. And as the runner, you can do anything you want. The second baseman doesn't know where you're going. All he can do is wait to grab the ball and then try to slap a tag on you.
I just don't think he felt that Lofton would be able to make that good a throw running away from the infield as he was.
The infield is back. On a ground ball, they'll concede the tying run. That or a fly ball could tie this game. A base hit could give them the lead. Baerga boots it. Does he recover in time? No, safe. The game tied, and runners at the corners. Still only one out. The Indians, who appeared to have this game in hand, leading at one time 4-1. Then after the Braves crept back to within 4-3, they got an insurance run. But it's evaporated here in the 8th.
Well, this ball is booted by Baerga. I don't know how they're going to score it, but he should have come up with that ball. He got a good hop. He just did not make the play, and a hustling Dave Justice beats the play at first base. Now watch this ball. He has plenty of time to get over there. He does get there. Now watch, he's there right in front of it. He just misses it. And again, he recovers quickly, but you have to give Justice credit because he was hustling down the line, and he beats the throw at first.
They've scored an error, and here is Hargrove again. As the Braves have tied this game, remember back a couple of innings ago, Joe, when it was 4-1?
Right.
And we talked about it not being enough, maybe not being enough. Well, back to even, and still only one out, and the lead run now at third. And another change for the Indians.
Hargrove waited for Devereaux to be announced as a pinch hitter for Klesko, then goes to the bullpen. Assenmacher out, and the right-hander Tavares coming in to pitch to Devereaux. So even though Klesko had homered his last time up, as long as the left-hander Assenmacher was in there, Cox was going to go to his bench and send up Devereaux. And in turn, Hargrove makes his counter move. But a move he didn't make may haunt him. To take Nagy out at the start of this inning, which is what just about everybody expected. Instead, he leaves him in for 2 hitters. The first pitch of the inning was a fat fastball that Grissom doubled on. Then after he fell behind Polonia 2-0, Hargrove went out to talk to him. Nagy appeared to assure him that he still felt as if he had something left and could get Polonia. Polonia grounded a sharp single by the diving Sorrento at first base. That made it 5-4, and at that point, Hargrove went to the bullpen for Assenmacher. Assenmacher got ahead of Chipper Jones 0-2, but then lost him on a walk. McGriff belted one to deep center field. Lofton made the catch on the warning track. Both runners tagged. And the runner at first, Jones, got away with it. Polonia advanced to third easily. It was a close play at second. Jones was able to slide in safely, and now that becomes very important because as Justice grounded to the right side, Polonia would have scored in any case, but on the error by Baerga, Chipper Jones now finds himself at third base rather than at second, assuming that the sequence played itself out and the pitching pattern would have been the same way. So he's in position now to score the go-ahead run on an out.
On a fly ball now. Base hit, fly ball, air, pass ball, wild pitch, whatever. The Braves are in great shape here in the 8th inning.
Jacobs Field much quieter now all of a sudden as we look down on it from the Goodyear Blimp Spirit of Akron, piloted by Captain Patrick Henry. As we mentioned at the beginning of the telecast, no team has ever fallen behind 0-3 in a best-of-7 series of any kind, League Championship Series or World Series, and come back to win it. Lots of teams have been down 0-2 and recovered to win, or at least to take it to 7 games and make it interesting.
Things were going so nicely here tonight, Bob. They get the lead. Braves get 1 in the opening inning. Indians come right back with 2 to get the crowd into the game. Everybody's screaming and hollering. Come up with 2 more in the 3rd to take a 4-1 lead, and things are really looking good. You get Nagy cruising through the 4th, 5th. They get 1 in the 6th, and you figure, hey, now it's time to go to the guys in the pen. Run him out for the 7th, and as I said here in the 8th, day late again.
What a spot for a rookie. Although Tavares has seen so much work, he's about as seasoned as a rookie can be. 10 relief wins led the majors. And a ball outside. The infield looks for the double play.
Well, Devereaux was the MVP of the divisional series because he came through in clutch situations time after time for the Atlanta Braves in this similar type of situation against the Reds.
The 1-0 pitch is hammered into left center field. It gets down for a base hit. The Braves have taken the lead. In comes Chipper Jones. Justice stops at second.
And Devereaux does it again. And he was a great pickup by the Braves in the middle of the season. They needed another bat, and they brought in Devereaux, and he has done a great job for them.
That pitch was upstairs on Devereaux from Tavares, and he rips it in the left center. There it is again.
Breaking ball.
Yep.
Lopez now grounds one to the right side. Baerga will try to turn 2. Vizquel up in the air brilliantly on the pivot. But not before 3 runs come home in the 8th. And suddenly it's 6-5 Atlanta.
Coming up later on an all-new Tonight Show, find out what's up with Jay and how Dean Cain got a black eye.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
You sticking to that? That's it? A superhero white lie? Plus, Jay's romance novel, Boris Yeltsin and Bill Clinton have a good old time, and Jay to Joe Theismann, Deep Touch. touchdown! Followed by an all-new Conan tonight.
Good news, bad news for Tavares. First, the good news. He gets Lopez to ground to Baerga. Vizquel, who has just played eye-popping ball at short throughout the postseason, completes the double play. But earlier, he'd given up the hit to Devereaux. And as we come back live, we don't get to see Tavares' reaction. Maybe we can get back to it. Watch what he does. Hung that breaking ball to Devereaux, who delivered the RBI single off him to give the Braves the lead for the first time since the first inning. Tomey on the 0-1 pitch, pops to the right side, and Lemke tucks it away.
Julian Tavares with a hanging breaking ball, and Devereaux ripped it to left center. And the Indians find themselves behind 6-5 here in the bottom half of the 8th inning.
Greg McMichael out there in the 8th. But if they maintain the lead, it'll be Wohlers to try to bring the hammer down in the 9th. Mike Hargrove has done a brilliant job managing the Indians this year. They were 144. And a big part of managing isn't just in-game strategy. It's the atmosphere that you maintain on a ball club. He has been great in that regard. But if the Indians go down in this series, part of the storyline will be the managing decisions Hargrove made. And in the 3 most important instances, it will be what he didn't do rather than what he did do. He didn't pitch out with Belliard at the plate in the 7th in Game 1. He didn't walk Javi Lopez in the 6th inning of Game 2, and he homered off Martinez, who appeared to be weakening. And he didn't take Nagy out to start the 8th when he had turned in 7 good innings. And by the time Nagy was taken out, the tying runs were already aboard, and a nightmare inning had begun. An inning that didn't end until the 2 men Nagy had put on had scored, plus another guy who reached against this fella, Assenmacher, who now stands to be the loser. 3 runs in, and it's 6-5 Atlanta. A 2-2 pitch coming from McMichael to Ramirez. Fouled off.
Bob, when you are trailing in a series, whether it be a divisional series or a World Series, and your team is down, you always have to take the pitcher out 2 pitches or so earlier than 2 pitches late. You should always take the guy out too soon rather than too late.
Another 2-2 pitch. Full count. If they don't get back into this series, I know we would all hate to see Mike Hargrove receive some of the criticism he will inevitably receive, because the public can be tough, the press can be tough. This is a class guy, but his moves have not worked for him here. A walk to Ramirez.
You know, it's not a second guess by any means, Bob, because it's something that he told us before the game, that if he gets 6 good innings out of Nagy, maybe 7, but 6 good ones, to go to the bullpen. And it didn't happen that way tonight. I mean, again, after the barn door was open, it was too late.
The tying run now is at first in the person of Ramirez. Sorrento, who has struck out all 3 times, comes up and takes one on the corner for a strike. He spread it around, too. Struck out against Smoltz, Klontz, and Merker. Let's see what McMichael can do against him. Well, he's ahead of him 0-2. Mesa gets up with his team trailing by a run. A ball and 2 strikes to Sorrento, who hit just .235 for the year, but had 25 home runs.
This is a situation where
Bobby Cox knows that if he can win this ball game, he can almost clinch the series. And I wouldn't be surprised if he wouldn't bring Wohlers in here in the 8th inning if he has to.
Hit hard, base hit. Ramirez to second, around second, stumbles a little bit as he heads for third. Justice's throw is cut off. And the Indians bounce back in the bottom of the 8th.
Good hitting by Sorrento to take advantage of that hole created by McGriff holding the runner on. See that big hole on the right side? If McGriff is back, he makes a play on this ball, but you can see holding the runner, he had no chance. Good hitting there by Sorrento, taking advantage of that hole on the right side.
There you see Ramirez coming around second. Jeff Newman telling him to get down at third, but the throw never came on. Well, you talk about walks hurting you in games. In the 8th inning, top half, a walk cost the Indians a run, and here in the 8th, bottom half, walk to Ramirez could cost the Braves a run. Get this game back to even.
Cox isn't going to wait.
Now this is as I suspected. He would bring Wohlers in to try to finish this game off. Right now he needs a strikeout or a double play, and he does not really have many people in that bullpen who can get you the ground ball. Pena, who was up throwing as well, would not be able to get to the ground ball. He is basically a strikeout fly ball pitcher as well.
Exit McMichael, enter Wohlers, and we'll be back.
There's been an accident.
It was the trial of his career.
They cannot believe that I am the murderer. Do you think she's lying?
You decide. She was the partner who stole his heart. I love you. But when her husband is found dead...
They think you did it.
He must take on his toughest case, his own.
What in the hell are you talking about?
From the best-selling novel, Melrose Place's Daphne Zuniga, Jags, David James Elliott, NYPD Blues, Sharon Lawrence. Degree of Guilt, NBC Sunday.
Mark Wohlers was walking in from the bullpen. You saw the graphic that ranked him 10th in the National League in saves this year with 25, but that's misleading. They were a couple of months into the season before he seized that closer's role. He'd had only one save over the previous 2 years, as they had mostly used him as a setup man. He could never quite find himself. He was in the Braves organization for many years, mostly at the major league level, could always throw very hard. But he finally found a groove this year and became their closer. And he will approach triple digits on the radar gun. We had him clocked at 99 in game 2.
Isn't it interesting, Bob, when you look at both these bullpens, the closers in both bullpens were guys that really found themselves later on. I mean, his closer started as something else. Mesa, who became the Indians closer, was a starter. And a guy that gave you 4 or 5 strong innings as a starter and then would run out of gas. They say, wait a minute. You know, this guy is so good early, why not use him late and let him throw his best. Give it all he's got for an inning, and that's what they've used him for. 46 out of 48 times this year, he has saved games for the Indians. But, too, we may see the best of both of these clubs here in the late innings, talking about Wohlers, he's in there now, and Mesa for Cleveland.
They're probably going to have to use Perry to play first base because Wayne Kirby has come into the game to run for Sorrento at first. We won't see Pena for a while because he's their only reserve catcher.
Well, if they would have to go that far, Espinoza would be the other guy if it came to that point.
Yeah. So the batter is Sandy Alomar Jr. First and third, one out. On the first pitch, he hits it between McGriff and the bag. The game is tied. Kirby, the pinch runner to third. Stopped there by Newman. Alomar on his way in with a double, and he pumps his fist as he gets there. Well, you don't often pull Wohlers' heat. But Alomar hit it hard and sliced it between McGriff and the first base bag for a double.
That was a close call at first. John Hirschbeck, the umpire there, and a bullet. Here it is one more time. There you see McGriff come off the bag, and this ball right down the line and fair, and a big double, a run in, lead run at third down, still only one out, and the guy who has really made things happen for the Indians, Kenny Lofton, coming up.
Well, I think you have to walk Lofton in this situation.
Look at Alomar's reaction. Yeah. My biggest hit of the year for sure, says Sandy, and they do, as expected, walk Lofton. Yep.
Well,
it was 3 for 3 with a walk.
Two things happen. You set up the double play and the force out at the plate, of course, and you want to make Vizquel be the one to beat you and not Kenny Lofton.
With a little luck now, Hargrove might be able to use Mesa in the ninth with a lead.
You're right. With a lot of luck, really.
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, even if he does not get the lead here, I think he has to use Mesa.
That's what he said, too, Joe. He said he'd like to get him in there for an inning, no matter what the situation is, but hopefully it's going to be an Indian lead here when they take the field for the ninth.
Earlier in the postseason, once against the Red Sox in the division series, once against Seattle in the LCS, Hargrove did use Mesa for an inning with the game tied in extra innings. Let him pitch the 10th both times, as I remember, but took him out with the game still tied. Didn't bring him back out for an additional inning.
Braves infield up.
Vizquel has a triple, a bunt single, and he flied out and grounded out.
If you're thinking about a squeeze, it's kind of tough to squeeze with a guy like Wohlers, who's throwing close to 100 miles an hour.
Strike 1-2, and Vizquel led the Indians and was among the league leaders in sacrifice flies with 10. A fly ball is all they need to reclaim the lead. That'll make the seats. Each of the last 2 pitches were clocked at 97. The first 2 games of this series, 1-run Atlanta victories. The last 7 World Series defeats Bobby Cox has suffered have all been by 1 run. If he hasn't had a nervous breakdown by now, he never will. The 0-2. He's gone. Needing a strikeout. That's what Waller's got. And on 3 pitches.
And you have to give Javier Lopez a lot of credit there. He called for the fastball away. Waller's wanted to throw a breaking ball in the dirt, and he catches it. Look at this. I mean, this the game's on the line here. He blocks it, comes up with it, and you have to remember, it's very difficult to call a breaking ball in this situation when you have a guy throwing 90 miles an hour out there, but they get the job done.
And Lopez, as you said, Joe, not only down to block it, but caught it. Got his body in front just in case. With a big strikeout on check swing.
Vizquel couldn't come through. Now Baerga. With the bases juiced, but 2 down. He has 3 RBIs in a 2-for-4 night. Tied at 6. Hit sharply lefty. They'll tie it, but leave him loaded. To the ninth at Jacobs Field, game 3, all even.
Ready, pick, Caddy, let's get ready to rumble!
The fists will fly at Caesar's Palace when these 2 warriors clash a 3rd and deciding time. Don't miss Bo Holyfield 3. It'll be the hottest heavyweight bout of the year. Brought to you by Budweiser, the undisputed king of beers.
Baseball Home Video presents the Ultimate Series Souvenir, the official 1995 World Series video. All the drama of the 1995 World Series, plus exclusive interviews are showcased in this remarkable video. To order the 95 World Series video for $19.95 plus $4.95 shipping, use your credit card and call 1-800-787-6227. 1-800-787-6227.
Friday, a family camping trip becomes a young mother's nightmare.
I just couldn't do anything.
A real-life River Wild on Unsolved Mysteries, all new NBC Friday. Sunday.
Your perfect night for murder.
One dead husband.
No motive, no witness, no case.
Two suspected lovers.
They think you did it. She's a far more likely murderer than you.
But did one set the other up for murder?
You decide.
Another best-selling legal thriller becomes an NBC event.
What are you afraid of?
Being locked away from you.
Melrose Place's Daphne Zuniga and Jags David James Elliott. Expect the unexpected. Degree of Guilt, NBC Sunday.
The Tonight Show, Dean Cain, Dom Herrera, all new tonight.
A bit of business here as we start the ninth. It'll be the MCI proof positive replay of the game. Alomar's double. The fair call from the first base umpire, John Hirschbeck of the American League. What's Jim McKean signaling in right field, pointing the other way?
Well, I think he's pointing at the ball is in play, and it's safe. He's saying the ball is in play. And if, you know, when the ball hits the stands, he's saying it's in play. If it goes underneath or something, you call it out of play, or if a fan touches it.
He was looking right at Hirschbeck when Hirschbeck made the fair call. The ball went over the bag or inside the bag and then hit the line anyway.
Herbert Perry, as expected, is the new first baseman. And Mesa comes out of the pen. With the game tied, Lemke fouls the first pitch back. Mike Mordecai, who replaced Belliard a while back at shortstop, will get his first at-bat. He's in the ninth spot in the order and in the on-deck circle now.
Mesa does not throw as hard as Wohlers, but he also has another pitch. He has a great split-fingered fastball that is his out pitch on occasion.
That one hits 93. His first pitch of the sequence was 95.
Every once in a while, he'll get into that high 90 range, Joe, 97, 98. But again, as you said, he's got a very good splitter. That last pitch fouled off by Lemke.
The 1-2 misses. Mesa's ERA for the year was 1.13, saved 46 of a possible 48. Lemke hanging in.
We saw his save string broken here, Bob, in a game against the Tigers on a Chad Curtis home run in the ninth inning. Indians went out to win that game in extra innings.
Lemke hits this one hard to deep right, and Ramirez will have to play it off the wall, and Lemke is going to be held to a single. Well, if you can get around on a ball thrown that hard, and with the wind blowing out, it's going to carry even for a little guy like Lemke. And it got out there so fast, and Ramirez played it so well in this instance off the wall, that he holds him to a long single.
There's again a high fastball from Mesa. And Lemke almost hits one out of here, and a good play by Ramirez. The ball was hit well. He knew it was going to get over his head, so he turned around quickly, plays the hop off the wall, and holds Lemke to a long single. We talked earlier about Ramirez and his ability to throw. He's got a great arm, little off target, but he holds Lemke to a long single.
That's a big play because with the runner at second, you bunt him to third easily. Now you have to bunt him in the scoring position.
Mordecai bunts foul. Mordecai had fewer than 100 plate appearances this year. Sacrificed successfully twice. Hit .280 at the big league level. Mesa brings it home. He pulls back, ball 1. In the bottom of the ninth for Cleveland, Bell, Murray, and Tomey, the scheduled hitters. Now trying to disguise his intentions, but with that fastball bearing in on you, very tough to get the bunt down. Now do you keep it on with 2 strikes?
I think you got to keep it on. I'd take another shot at it. But I mean, with Mordecai here, you're not going to bunt the ball the way he had the bat in this position. He's got the bat. Look where the bat is behind him.
Well, and also it's a high fastball. That's the toughest pitch to bunt right there. 90+ mile an hour fastball up.
He squares.
Smart move there by Mesa to find out if he was still bunting. He just steps off. That's all he was doing. He wasn't going to throw the first base. He just wanted to see if Mordecai was still bunting, so he can throw him another high fastball.
He gets the bunt down. Perry, Baerga covering. So a good job by Mordecai with 2 strikes.
Very good job, because Mesa knew he was bunting and he was trying to throw another high fastball, which he did. But Mordecai does a better job this time of getting the bat out in front. As he squares around to watch hit the bats out in front this time, whereas before it was behind him. Right there, nice bunt. Good play. And now the go-ahead runs in scoring position.
Here's Grissom, a postseason terror, who is 2 for 4 tonight. Base hits each of his last 2 times at bat, a single and a double. The double started the 3-run 8th. Called strike. All Tavares can do is root now. He's finished. It's up to Mesa.
Two guys late in the game, Joe, like Walters and this guy, I mean, just bring heat one after another. Every once in a while a breaking ball, but really challenge you. I mean, here's a situation. I mean, it's one-on-one here. Grissom, 0-2 in the count, and this guy throwing nothing but high heat.
Clock that one at 96, and Grissom lays off. Even when you know it's coming, just try to hit it.
Well, I think he really pitched Grissom well there. Grissom was sitting on the forkball, and he just threw the fastball right by him.
So he didn't know it was coming.
Well, no, not on that particular pitch. I'm talking about the first 2 pitches. I think he probably did know it was coming in, but the first 2 pitches are 2 I'm talking about.
Big strikeout. Julian Tavares happy. Bologna. And a called strike. Tavares' sleep tonight depends upon whether the Indians can come back and win this game. Otherwise, he'll be tossing and turning, thinking about the Devereaux hit. 0-2.
I love this. I really do. I love this situation. I mean, on the line, late in the game. Again, Walters and this guy, Mesa, who throws so very hard. And you know what you're going to get more often than not. Every once in a while, a breaking ball. But, man, when they go to the high heat, one-on-one, it's beautiful.
Tell you what, Mesa's just rearing back, letting it go.
I love it. Does adrenaline put an extra mile per hour or two on that fastball?
Well, I think it has right now. I think that's what it's doing. I think it has added a couple of miles per hour to his fastball.
Lemke away from second. The 0-2 misses.
I told you, he can get it up there. And maybe he's accepting the challenge from Wohlers. I mean, Wohlers came out and has blown some of his teammates away in Atlanta, and also tonight he says, hey, I can do the same thing.
Well, he threw him the split finger there.
That's not fair. That is not fair. You throw a guy that many fastballs above 95 miles an hour, and then you throw him. Actually, that looks like a curveball. That is a curveball.
Where did that come from?
That was a curveball.
Curveball or a slider that really slipped.
Yeah, that was a curveball there.
Now it's 2-2. And now it's full.
You know, and here's a situation, Joe, where, I mean, even with Mesa throwing the way he is, I mean, you sit in this spot, look fastball here, 3-2, and I mean, really try to turn on one.
Well, you have to sit on the fastball. You cannot look for anything else when a guy's throwing this hard. Look for the fastball and try to adjust to something else.
Fastball spoiled. Chipper Jones is on deck. Six runs, 10 hits, and an error for Atlanta. 6-10-2 for the Indians. Fastball, and again it's fouled off. This is an exciting game from the Atlanta dugout. It's a gut-wrenching game in this dugout. Atlanta's got the 2-0 lead. This series is as good as over if the Indians don't win tonight. He lost it. He was ahead of him 0-2. Polonia battled him and earned that walk.
Third baseman, number 10, Chipper Jones.
This 1995 World Series game is brought to you by Budweiser, official sponsor of the 1996 U.S. Olympic team. This Bud's for you. Network MCI, how to get modern communications technology working for your business. And Sun America, the retirement savings specialists. Chipper Jones, 1 for 2 with a couple of walks. 2 on, 2 out of the ninth. Ball 1 from Mesa. National League Rookie of the Year. If Hideo Nomo, the Dodger pitcher, doesn't get it, Jones will. Lemke away from second. Polonia at first. Off speed and in there. 1-2.
Tell you what, Mesa has thrown a couple of curveballs this inning. That was a curveball there because it had a hump in it. His split-fingered fastball doesn't have a hump in
it. In the air, down the left field line, and foul. possible to sweat on a night like this, the Braves would be making Mesa sweat in this ninth inning. Even if he gets out of it, they've made him work. High 2-2.
Again, he's been in this situation so many times, Bob, and again, I'm not talking about a World Series situation, but how many times throughout this year has this guy come into games in the ninth, maybe in the eighth once in a while, and pitched in this kind of a situation? But of course, here it's the World Series, Game 3 on the line.
A little piece of it. What a great shot our director Andy Rosenberg had a moment ago of the eyes of Chipper Jones, that look of determination. John Gonzalez, our producer tonight, in the truck with Andy. Alomar very briefly to the mound. Just a word or two with Mesa. It's almost midnight, but in a sense, it's high noon. And Jones steps out.
I don't know if Mesa and Alomar feel like Lemke's trying to steal the sign to second base or what. But I think that's what the first brief conversation was about. And now Hargrove comes out.
That's Mark Wiley, I believe, Joe.
Oh, that's Mark. I'm sorry.
I think it is.
Yeah, I can't see him.
You know, again, here, I mean, to make sure you're in sync with Mesa talking about he and Alomar, if they are going to go to a different set of signs or maybe a different location or even pitch selection for that matter, with Jones up there, who hit the double back in the opening inning and scored. And I mean, as you said earlier, I mean, to look for anything else but fastballs off of this guy, I mean, now you're kind of on your own at 2-2, but you got to look heat from him. And he has shown a good curveball here.
Again on 2-2. Hit hard, and Perry scoops it up, preserving the tie. Perry just in. And what a play he made, and what a time to make it.
Well, they definitely changed signs because he didn't really give him a sign. He gave him a location. So they changed signs. They thought they were picking up the signs from second base. This is a line drive. Luckily, it's a big hop there, but he scoops it. Just a nice play there by Perry, and he did it so smoothly.
Sorrento can't make that play. He's not as good a defensive player, and with the glove on the other hand, he'd have to backhand it. Perry in just in time. We'll be back.
Fastball inside, but Chipper Jones turns on it, and he gets enough of it. He didn't hammer it, but he gets enough of it that this could win the ball game had it gone through. And just an excellent play here by Perry. Watch this. This ball is dipping and diving away from him, and he scoops it and just makes it like a routine play. Nice play there by Perry.
And let me apologize for my mistake. Sorrento bats left-handed, Perry right-handed, but they both throw right-handed. So Sorrento would have had
But you said it
the
right.
same play to make, but he is not as good a fielder,
right.
so no, he's less likely to make the play.
You're right. Perry's a very good defensive play, and he made the play.
The ball really didn't sound that good off the bat of Jones, Joe, but still a heck of a play by Perry.
Right.
To the bottom of the ninth, and here comes Bell. Grounded out, had an RBI single, reached on an error, and walked. 1 for 3. It's Wohlers and Mesa bringing heat on a cold night. Out of play on the first pitch. Late inning heroics were a constant for the Indians this year. The 0-1 to Bell. A ball and a strike. Murray next, then Thome.
Well, we don't have to tell you what Albert Bell did throughout the season with 50 home runs. A guy that is a great mistake hitter. When you throw stuff upstairs on this guy and out over the plate, inside to the middle portion, he loves to hit it. On 1-1. Pop back. A ball and 2 strikes.
On this fastball, he is just late. This pitch is up. You see it's going up even more. And when you get a fastball up around 97 miles an hour and you get it up around the letters, it's just hard to make contact with it. He was running late on it. And in fact, that was a 100-mile-an-hour fastball.
There's an 85-mile-an-hour breaking ball. That's an average fastball in the big leagues. 85 to 86.
I'm not so sure why they even call that pitch, because you could see he was holding on to it to make sure he didn't hang it. You know, he doesn't want to hang a breaking ball. He'd rather throw him a fastball and challenge him. That was just to show him a different pitch.
On 2-2. It runs out full.
That one wasn't to show him a different pitch.
No, there's no way.
That was to get him out, right?
Exactly, but no way is he going to hang that breaking ball over the plate. So he's going to hold on to it a little longer, and you will make more mistakes trying to do that. Making sure that you don't hang it, you're going to make mistakes with it.
Mordecai has time and has Bell at first base. So Albert grounds out on the 3-2 pitch. Well, all you lip readers are well aware of Albert's sentiments now. I wish I could have gotten a hit, says Albert. Murray. If they don't score, Mesa comes back out for the 10th. You would have to think, although that has not been the pattern for Mike Hargrove, even in the Division Series and League Championship Series. Calls 2 out.
Now, in this situation, Bob, with the fact that Mesa hasn't worked all that much, I mean, another inning or 2 even, another inning anyway, not going to hurt him. I mean, he's throwing good. Both these guys really throwing hard, Walters and Mesa. Not going to bother him at all. There you see him.
Thome 0 for 3 with a walk. Broken bat, slow roller. Mordecai has to charge, throws on the run and gets him. And we are going to the 10th inning at Jacobs Field. Extra innings at Jacobs Field, and his long fly ball to center that advanced 2 runners was a key in the 3-run 8th. Line to left center. A leadoff hit. His 3rd of the night.
Now, after Mesa starts him off with a breaking ball, he comes with a fastball, and McGriff sitting right on it. Leadoff single to left.
This is Cleveland's third extra inning game of the postseason and Atlanta's fourth. Counting regular and postseason, Cleveland's 14-1 in extra innings. Atlanta is 5-10. To the Justice. Hits softly into right. Ramirez comes on, makes the catch. If you're Bobby Cox, you're sitting in that dugout saying, what else is new? He has already managed more one-run games in the postseason than any manager in big league history. Of course, prior to 1969, it was just the World Series, so he's had many chances with the expanded playoffs, especially this year. One more than Sparky Anderson. Devereaux had a huge base hit, batting for Klesko. Back in the 8th, a single off Tavares. Cuts and misses.
Now Tavares hung a breaking ball on Devereaux, and he ripped it to left field for a base hit. Here Mesa with a good fastball to start him off.
Ramirez, Perry, and Alomar, the 7, 8, and 9 hitters in the bottom of the 10th. Can't catch up with it. 0-2.
That fastball was jumping there. I mean, sitting here watching visually, I've seen a few fastballs in my lifetime, but this ball really hopped right at the end, and Devereaux had no chance on it.
Where you almost do a hitter a favor in throwing a breaking ball, Joe, when you're throwing like Mesa and Walter's arm. I mean, unless you're really going to pull down on a breaking ball and make absolutely sure that it's down low and away and to get a guy to chase. But with the way Mesa's throwing and Walter's, as you see him sitting there, fastball's the pitch.
Didn't miss by much. 1-2.
Well, you can see there Sandy Alomar a little upset with Mesa. He wanted that pitch up, and he threw it down, and he said, come on, concentrate, work at it. See how you see the target's up. Now watch his reaction. I mean, he wanted him to come to him. He says, come on, throw to me.
Alomar caught that ball wrong, too. He looked like he caught it on the heel of his hand.
2-2. Flashing signs to Williams. Williams in turn relaying them to Devereaux. McGriff at first with 1 out in the 10th. 6 apiece in Game 3 of the World Series. And Devereaux goes down swinging.
And you see Alomar giving the fist. That's what he wanted. He wanted a high fastball, and he finally got the one he wanted.
He could never get on the high fastball in this whole at-bat.
Right. Well, that's what he wanted. That's why he kept giving him the high target. He wants this fastball up again, and that's the one he wanted right there.
No, he swung at a bad pitch, too, Joe, upstairs. Tough to lay off when you're sitting on one.
Lopez. He swings late as well. This is a guy, though, that you don't want to see up in this situation. He has been hot, especially in the clutch in this postseason.
As a hitter, though, all you're really hoping for is that Mesa gets one of those fastballs about belt high or below. You can handle it.
There goes the runner from first. Here comes the throw from Alomar that almost beans Mesa. And McGriff has a surprise steal.
Oh, wow. That ball almost nailed him. One more time. McGriff the break. And that throw, nice play by Uecker to stop it, but that throw almost hit. That throw almost nailed Mesa in the head and way on the shortstop side of the bag.
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, when Mesa delivered the ball and they said he's running, he should have gotten down anyway.
He would have been better off cutting it off, Joe.
Well,
McGriff stole year. But now he's in scoring position with 2 outs, so not a bad play. Up the middle. Boyarga's at least able to stop it. Can he throw him out? Yes! The Indians with another chance to win it when we come back after this from your local station.
This is just a great play here by Boyarga. The ball's on the shortstop side. He backhands it, plants himself, and then makes a strong throw to first base. He short hops it, but he gets enough on it so that Perry can pick it out, and he barely nipped Lopez at first base. I mean, this is a nice scoop by Perry. He's shown us that he can pick it over there. Nice play.
Well, no matter what hand he has the glove on, he's been important defensively at first base.
You're right.
And a good call by John Hirschbeck, right on it.
I'm going to have to buy Sorrento a left-handed first baseman's glove just to cover myself. Bottom of the 10th. Wohlers back to work against Ramirez. Steve Hurd of the Elias Sports Bureau tells us that once in the playoffs and twice in the regular season, Wohlers worked as many as 2 innings, never more. He's gone an inning and 2/3 here. Our thanks to Jeff Sleet in the booth and all season long. The editorial input of Steve Horn appreciated as well. 0-1. Up high.
Both of these managers are getting dangerously close to blowing their stoppers for a couple of ball games. I don't think the Indians have a choice. I think they have to win this ball game, as we said. But Bobby Cox also has the luxury of having someone in the bullpen that he figures he can win with, and that's Pena, where I don't think that the Indians have someone to replace Mesa. But they have to win this ball game.
Well, they've got Eric Plunk out there as you look at Wohlers with a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Plunk, as you know, Joe, another hard thrower and a guy who has normally been used as a setup man for Mesa.
I think this has to be the last inning probably for Wohlers if he can get through this inning. I'm wondering how long they would go with Mesa.
Any velocity.
No, and in these last couple of innings, I mean, hitters have been sitting on pitches ahead in the count from both Wohlers and Mesa, and are being challenged constantly by fastballs and fouling them back, as did Bell in his last AB.
Next, and then Alomar. And a leadoff walk. It's the 3rd time Ramirez has walked tonight.
First baseman, number 36, Herbert Perry.
That brings up Herbert Perry. A June call-up from the Buffalo farm. He hit .315, but uked most of that against left-handed pitching.
Yeah, that's true. He was flip-flop with Sorrento, who plays against the right-handers, and Perry against the left-handers. But a kid that the Indians are looking a lot from, or a lot for, I should say, in the future. This kid's got a good future. He's strong. He looks like he's a big home run hitter. He hasn't shown a lot of power here yet with the Indians. But as we've seen tonight, he's decent around the bag.
See if they keep the bunt on. Obviously they do. He pulls back and takes a ball. He's been called upon to bunt occasionally. He has 3 successful sacrifices this year. Jeff Newman, the coach at third. Dave Nelson, former Indian player, is their coach at first.
Now, as Joe indicated early, in a situation where you're going to bunt, I mean, you got to show it. Everybody in the ballpark knows if you're going to sacrifice, you might as well give yourself up early and make sure.
Bunts it foul, and now it's 1-2. Well, Mordecai of Atlanta was able to get a 2-strike bunt down in a sacrifice situation earlier. Let's see what Hargrove's thinking here.
I still think you got to move him. I really do. I mean, it's do or die for the Indians. I know they're down 2-0. It could be 3, but they need this win as we've said all night long. I mean, this is such a big ball game for the Indians. Got to move him.
Jones still in close at third. Now he backs up as the pitch comes, as Perry did not show bunt. 2-2.
Chipper Jones, the third baseman, now taking a couple of steps back as Perry took that breaking ball off the outside corner.
It's a good hit and run count if they want to try it.
That's what I'm talking about. Some way to move somebody here, and they both talked about it, talking about Cox and Hargrove. Talking about moving runners and trying to generate and get something going.
To Perry. Still 2-2. We're in the bottom of the 10th. Tavares, who relieved earlier, seated alongside Mesa, who may or may not pitch the 11th if there is an 11th. Buddy Bell with Hargrove. Bell rumored to be in line for any number of managerial positions, a sought-after commodity these days. Another 2-2 pitch. High and a full count. Do you send Ramirez with nobody out?
Well, if I was the man, he'd already be out, because I would already sit him.
Yeah, I'm gone too. Yeah, you're right. I'm surprised he didn't try to run him.
I would have sent him earlier too.
And again, despite the fact that Lopez can throw, I mean, you got to try to get something going. You got to try to move somebody.
Not going. Struck him out.
That's okay. I still think that it's worth the risk in that situation.
Yeah.
You have to. They still have to throw him out.
But with Lopez's arm, a likely strikeout throw-out. Ramirez stole 6 and was caught 6 times this year.
Yeah, but remember one thing, Wohlers does not hold you on very well, plus he has a big, slow leg kick to the plate. You're going to steal it off the pitcher. You're not going to steal it off of the catcher.
Guy that doesn't see that much right-handed pitching, talking about Perry.
Alomar had the huge double his last time up, takes a strike.
Boy, this guy is still throwing the ball good, too. Along with Mesa. Alomar looking for a possible sign from Newman, who hasn't looked at him yet.
Alomar's double was off Wohlers. Plays off 1-1.
The double he hit was a ball that was down. And when you're facing these hard throws, again, if you get a ball down, you can handle it. Because there's not quite as much velocity on the low fastball as there is on their high fastball. The high fastball is still the toughest pitch in baseball to hit if it had some hair on it.
Ramirez walked to start the inning. Perry then fans swinging on a 3-2 pitch. 1 on, 1 out. 1-1 the count. Alomar at the plate against Wohlers in the bottom of the 10th of a 6-6 game.
See Davey Nelson constantly talking to Ramirez at first base. He doesn't want him to lose his concentration over there and possibly get picked off again.
I still think, though, Joe, you got to try to move somebody here. I mean, even with Alomar, Alomar can hit behind the runner.
Low throw on the pickoff, but McGriff got his body in front of it so it doesn't roll too far away.
Well, whatever Lopez called that time. Wallers threw to first.
Well, that's why I was trying to tell you that Wallers does not hold runners well, because he doesn't throw hard to first base. He just throws over there to let you know that he realizes you're there, but he doesn't really try to pick you off.
Lofton, who hasn't been retired all night, is on deck. He's going, and the pitch is fouled off. Just think of the potential swing after the outcome of this game. If the Indians lose it, they're down 0-3. They've blown a 4-1 lead at home, a game they appeared to have in hand, and a sweep looks to be imminent. If they win it, by definition, they have to win it in dramatic fashion. In their last at-bat, the place goes crazy. They come back out here tomorrow, down only 2-1, and riding a wave.
And this place was all charged up tonight. The city was charged up. I mean, all you hear around here is just talk of the Indians and their ability to come from behind. They've done it so many times this year.
He's going again. And here comes the throw as the pitch is a ball. It's high, and Ramirez is in there with a steal.
As we said earlier, here's a breaking ball handled nicely by Lopez. We talked about his ability to throw. And, I mean, every time you're not going to throw one on the bag. His throw high that time, and it's a steal by Ramirez.
The count now 2-2 to Alomar. Lemke handles this one as Ramirez moves to third. I sincerely doubt that they'll mess with Lofton here, Joe.
Well, it gives them an opportunity to walk Kenny Lofton. I mean, you'd rather have Vizquel beat you than Lofton.
Center fielder, number 7, Kenny
In the midst of his longest outing of the year. Pena is the right-hander. Orbone, a left-hander, not throwing at the moment, but standing on the other side. He, the son of a guy you played with in Cincinnati, right?
Yeah, another good bullpen, another good reliever, Pedro Sr.
Senior was a right-hander. This young Braves pitcher, a lefty, and as expected, it'll be up to Vizquel as Lofton will receive his third consecutive walk, the last 2 intentional. Prior to that, he had 2 singles and a double. In the 9th, they walked Lofton intentionally, following the double by Alomar. Nagy and Assenmacher.
I like the signs that Bobby Costas went through. He basically told him, hey, don't worry about it. Get behind him. Don't even stand up there with Lofton. When he goes, do not throw.
Vizquel struck out following the intentional walk to Lofton in the 9th. A huge strikeout for Wohlers in that situation. Then he got Baerga to ground out to end the inning. Did I say the 9th? I meant the 8th. In the 8th. Now we're in the 10th. Lofton goes. They don't contest it. It's hit up the middle. Lemke gets Vizquel at first. 2 men are left. On to the 11th.
The great Secretariat never won more than 5 races in a row. The legendary Kelso was victorious in 11 straight. Now the greatest horse of our time, Cigar, looks to extend his winning streak to 12 by winning the Breeders' Cup Classic. Just one of 7 championship Breeders' Cup races, live Saturday on NBC.
Goodyear Blimp Spirit of Akron still in the skies. Captain Patrick Henry with the game in extra innings, not yet at liberty. It may be the death of him if this continues.
I've had enough.
With me or the game?
With you.
Mesa for his 3rd inning. This is uncharted territory for Jose Mesa this year.
But, you know, he's still throwing well, as is Walters. I mean, they're still throwing in the high 90s. Another inning's not going to bother him all that much.
Embry in the bullpen. Two and 1 to Lemke. Mordecai on deck. Line drive into left center field. A leadoff hit for Lemke. Bell over to cut it off and get it back in.
Nice play there by Bell. He cut that ball off and got it back quickly to the infield. Held Lemke to a single.
A shortstop, number 16, Mike Mordecai.
Bell got a good jump on this ball. Now watch, look, he goes a long way for this ball. And he gets there, he times it perfectly so he can whirl and fire, and he got rid of it, made an accurate throw to second base. Right there, and held Lemke to a single.
Now Mordecai, who got a bunt down with 2 strikes for a sacrifice his last time up. Called strike. Around again and takes a ball. Grissom, the number 1 hitter, is on deck. Lemke has looked back.
Well, you see Mesa, he's checking again to see if, make sure Mordecai was bunting. He's making sure they didn't change the sign and maybe put a hit and run on it.
Jim Thome at 3rd, still looking for the bunt from Mordecai, and again signs from Jimmy Williams at 3rd.
Ramirez into foul ground, doesn't have it.
Here it is again, Ramirez chasing into foul territory and right up against the wall in right, and can't come up with it. Another angle on a slicing fly ball off the bat of Mordecai.
That's an out in Atlanta.
Boy, I'm telling you.
Down the right.
Isn't that the truth, Joe? All that foul territory.
So they took the bunt off and went with the hit and run. Not going this time. They put the bunt back on, and he strikes out.
Well, it squares around, the pitch is down, and he just misses it. That's a tough pitch to bunt. But he does square around in plenty of times. It's just a tough pitch. That's a tough pitch. Good sinking fastball from Mesa, down low.
Grissom has a pair of hits tonight. A different hitter in the postseason, and actually down the stretch in September, than he was during the regular year when he hit just .258.
And again, the situation here, Joe, with a runner aboard, and what Bobby Cox told us earlier tonight about the fact that he wants to run and move. I mean, try to create something.
Bouncing ball to Baerga. Vizquel 1. Perry 2. They had to be quick with Grissom coming out of the box. And now they give themselves another chance to win.
When you get the late innings, every double play becomes crucial, and this is a very good turn by Baerga over to Vizquel, and his relay back to first base just in time to get the speedy Grissom going down to first base. Well, they were complaining, but he was out. You'll see here the throw does beat him right there. He's out by half a step. And you see the infielders, they know that this is tough. When you make these kind of double plays under pressure, give your team a chance to win. It's always important.
Baerga made an error on the Justice ground ball in the middle of the 3-run 8th inning for the Braves. But apart from that, and it was a big play, not trying to minimize it at all, but apart from that, he's turned in a good night in the field.
Very good night. He saved a run up the middle on Lopez, and that double play started there was just an excellent play there by Vizquel and Baerga.
Wohlers has gone far enough. Alejandro Pena, who was in this situation a number of times in World Series play earlier in this decade for the Braves, has the game in his hands again now. Inside to Baerga. Pena never could have thought his season would end with him in the World Series, with a game on the line, no less. In spring training, trying to hook on, Cleveland was one of the clubs he asked to take a look at him. They had him throw for less than 15 minutes and said, not interested. Baerga lifts one to the left side. Chipper Jones over, Mordecai over, it's in the seats. Then he was with Boston briefly. Then to the Marlins. A late August pickup to bolster the bullpen. Played an important role for them. And now, since Wohlers has thrown enough pitches and Cox has to get him out of there, he comes in with the game on the line. One and two.
And another guy with still a pretty good fastball, Joe. I mean, Wohlers has gone in the high 90s in that 100-mile-per-hour area, but this guy is in the 90s, 90 to 93, 94 miles per hour.
And he has real good movement on his fastball.
The kind of count where he often goes forkball. Fouled off again, and it holds at 1 and 2. Dodger clubs that went to the playoffs in '85, the World Series in '88, with 2 Atlanta pennant winners, '91 and '92. And another foul off Baerga's bat.
So far in this at bat, he stayed with the fastball because so far Baerga has not been able to get around on it. He knows he can't hurt him if he slaps the ball the other way.
And that's the way they play him, too. They're way around toward left for Baerga. There's a little something off speed, Joe, after a couple of good fastballs upstairs. There you see this, the Braves outfield way around towards left. Poloni only about 40 feet to 30 feet off the line. 30 to 40 feet off the line and left. Big gap in right center, and the right field line wide open.
Is it ever easy thinks Bobby Cox. The 2-2. Full count.
Don't think this guy can't turn on you in a hurry, too. Talking about Baerga. 15 regular season home runs.
He's hit over 20 the last few years, and if it wouldn't have been a shortened season, he probably would have reached that number again.
And the count holds full. Pena on the mound for Cox and the Braves in the bottom of the 10th at the Metrodome in Game 7 in 1991. A bloop double by Dan Gladden started the inning, and eventually he gave up the run that lost the game in the series. Baerga smacks one into right center field. This is going to split the outfielders and go to the wall. It's at least a double. Baerga doesn't run that well, and he's content to stop at second base. Baerga will leave for a pinch runner. Alvaro Espinoza will run for him, and if the game is prolonged, then Espinoza will play second.
Here's that last pitch by Pena, a low fastball. Baerga fouled off a couple of high fastballs. And again, this guy throwing in the 90s, a low fastball. As you see the free ride here to Bell, but a low fastball, he rips it for a double.
So they'll set up the double play and face Murray. And the chant of Eddie, Eddie, as the third ball is almost thrown a bit too far outside. And Lopez had to stab it. More than just a bit outside.
Yes, sir. Yep, you bet. Talk about, the intentional walk. Why don't they just tell the guy to go to first base? It's because of situations like that. I've seen it happen a couple of times where a pitcher gags on a fastball, or I should say a pitch that he's trying to walk somebody intentionally on. And a lot of guys don't like to throw a pitch up there that's a changeup. They want to throw the ball hard because they don't want to pull back on it. As you see Lopez make a backhanded stab on that offering by Pena. I know, Joe, you've seen it at times when that pitcher throws a ball in the dirt trying to, throw off the outside corner and give you a free ride and make a bad pitch.
Eddie Murray has had a bad night, 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. Didn't hit the ball hard the other 2 times he was retired. And in case you're wondering, not that it's really an option, his last sacrifice was just 16 years ago in 1979.
I guarantee you he's sitting fastball here and trying to go.
He lines it into center. Here comes the pinch runner, Espinoza. Grissom fires to the plate. The Indians are back in the World Series.
fastball. He'll do it all the time. You give him fastball first pitch, and especially from the left side. He's looking fastball, gets a high fastball from Pena, and rips it into center, and the Indians win.
0 for 5 to that point, but even on a bad night. And at age 39, still one of the guys you don't want to see at the plate if you're the opposing pitcher or manager with a game on the line. He's been doing it his entire career.
Well, he's always dangerous, you know, in that type of situation where he can win the ball game because he knows what to do. He won't overswing. He'll just try to get that little line drive back through the middle as he does here. Fastball up and in, and he fights it off a little bit and hits it back through the middle for a base hit. Grissom charges. He gives it a good shot, but throw a little bit up the line, and Espinoza scores. And Espinoza coming around third, they're waving him home. He was struggling a little bit, but he's able to make it.
Well, Cox had to get Wohlers out before Hargrove had to hook Mesa. And maybe that was the difference. Who should we give the player of the game to?
How about Jose Mesa? What a job he did, huh?
It's too late to argue. Tonight's Chevrolet player of the game is Jose Mesa. And you can make a very good case for him anyway. In conjunction with this program, Chevrolet will contribute a total of $50,000 to the Boys and Girls Clubs of America in the names of all players of the game for the 1995 Major League Baseball season. Al, Jim, and Tim, have fun the next couple of nights. We've given you a series again. Local news coming up, followed by The Tonight Show with Jay Leno. Dean Cain and Joe Theismann among the guests. For Joe Morgan and Bob Uecker, I'm Bob Costas. Some ball game in Cleveland. Good night, everybody.
The Breeders' Cup, Super Bowl 30, the PGA Tour and the U.S. Open, the NBA Finals, the Olympic Games, all on America's sports leader, NBC.
This telecast has been produced by the Baseball Network in association with NBC Sports.